Members, I move that this House extends the deadline by which the ad hoc committee to introduce legislation amending Section 25 of the Constitution has to complete its task to 31st May 2021. I hereby move that we extend the mandate. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. The next item is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move that this House, notwithstanding Rule 27 on the election of temporary presiding officers, elects Mr. Q.R. Janki and Ms. RMM Lisoma to act as temporary presiding officers in the chamber during the hybrid sitting of the National Assembly and, when necessary, for the duration of 2021 annual session. I thank you. I so move.
Honourable members, okay. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. Honourable members, the next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The ANC wishes to take this opportunity to convey its condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Nkosazana Dla, who was fatally shot in Braamfontein outside Wits University during the student protest on Wednesday, the 10th of March 2021. Mr. Mtumba had just left the doctor's office when he was tragically shot by police officers. The ANC welcomes the arrest of 4 police officers from the Public Order Policing Unit last week in connection with his killing. The ANC has also noted reports of the shooting of a young women student from the Faculty of Commerce at the University of Johannesburg.
Honourable Mkwebane, is that a statement you are reading? Doesn't sound like a statement. Must we consider it a statement? Sounds like a motion without notice.
It is a statement, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Okay, we'll take it. It is a statement, as you say it is. Go ahead.
Yes, definitely it's a statement.
Go ahead.
We call for urgent investigation into the circumstances around her injury. In living up to the democratic right of South African citizens to protest, Safety and Security Sector Education and Training Authority must provide more training to police to be able to better manage and engage situations such as picketing or protest in a democratic society. The ANC is concerned by the matters raised by students across the country, at the heart of which is access to higher education. And therefore, in this respect,
Honourable Radebe, please switch off your mic. You are disrupting the House. Go ahead.
In this respect, welcome the announcement by the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Blade Nzimande, that the budget will be reprioritized to meet the 7 billion shortfall in NSFAS funding, particularly for the first-time entering students. The ANC encourages engagement between the stakeholders in higher education in reaching consensus on the question of historical debt, access for the missing middle students, registration fees and accommodation, among others.
Yeah, your time has expired this time around. Yeah, your time has expired, unfortunately, Honourable Member. So we'll go to the next statement. DA?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. After 8 billion rand in bailouts in 7 years and more turnaround plans than witnesses at the Zondo Commission, the South African Post Office is bankrupt. Although its annual report still hasn't been tabled, we know its net loss is set to top 2 billion rand by the end of the year, and it's run out of cash. The latest budget allocation of 500 million rand barely covers the 429 million rand the South African Post Office lost in the second quarter. and expenses far outstrip revenue. Given Treasury has no more cash to bail out bankrupt state-owned enterprises, how does the SAPO fund its loss? Well, it stops paying bills. It stops paying staff salary increases and their medical aid and pension contributions. It stops paying rent, leaving post offices dependent on the landlord's goodwill to stay open for essential medicines, mail, or COVID relief grants. But some have locked the doors, like Johannesburg's Kagiso, whose people now spend what little they have to travel to Mogali's city, only to find that one closed too. Can any minister in this House honestly say the South African Post Office is serving our people, suppliers, landlords, or desperate customers? If this were you, me, or any other South African, except apparently Jacob Zuma, we'd be in debtor's court, which is where the SAPO belongs. This government isn't bold or visionary enough to make the only choice left to it: sell the post office or find a private partner that can deliver whatever it takes. Thank you, sir.
EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Ntate Bheki Radebe, re kopa o kwale mic ya hao ntate, wa re hlopha ka ntlong ka mona, ha re utlwana ka lebaka la hao. Please switch off your mic. Honorable Radebe, ka usiphathi kakuhle asikhulumi ngawo. Uzwe kahle ukuthi sikhuluma ngobani. Susihlupha. EFF, please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. 2 weeks ago, the EFF made a call for this House to note and address the deteriorating state of higher education, focusing primarily on the failure of the DHET to facilitate a smooth start to the academic year and the inability of NSFAS to pay fees. The EFF further requested an urgent meeting to be convened between the Minister, university VCs, TVET principals, and SRCs with the intention of working on amicable solutions to the looming crisis. The ruling party on that day boldly and vehemently rejected this noble request, and today, not only are we sitting with the national crisis of student protests, but innocent lives are being lost in the process. The EFF stands here today, Chairperson, to reiterate the call for free decolonized education, which it has made in this House way too many times. A call made by the Fees Must Fall generation, generations before it, and the current generation of young black hopefuls. In the interim, we request all institutions of higher learning as an immediate measure to allow all students to register without paying registration fees, lift all fee blocks and scrap historical debts, increase enrollment as learning is online anyway, and ensure speedy provision of all learning materials. We further not only request for more money to be directed to the higher education, but for fee-free education model to be revisited, as the NSFAS model still continues to fail. It too is not feasible. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I know you mean Deputy Speaker, right? ANC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress calls for tolerance of South Africa's diverse cultures and traditions. Recently, a pupil at the Nelson Mandela Bay School was kicked out of class because of traditional beads and doek she was wearing were not part of the school uniform. The grade 9 pupil underwent an initiation ceremony at the weekend to become a Sangoma and returned to Nkosazana High School in Motherwell the following week. In the past, we have heard of uproar following similar incidents where students were denied entrance in their schools for wearing cultural bracelets made from animal skin. Others were refused entrance for wearing Muslim headgear. The ANC believes school and other public institutions should accommodate and show tolerance of South Africa's cultural diversity. South Africa is a multicultural, multiracial society, hence we advocate for the respect of all cultures in the public. We condemn in the strongest terms any form of discrimination, particularly on the basis of cultures. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My statement today is a reminder to all that ESCOM is not the only state-owned entity facing a financial drain and which needs to be sold off as soon as possible. DNL struggled to pay employees for years and is deeply in debt. According to the latest budget allocation, there will be no further bailout from Treasury. That turnaround strategy developed in April 2018 is not producing the desired results. In February 2021, it was revealed that by the media that as at 31st of March 2020, DNL was insolvent by 2.3 billion rands. They are unable to face the facts. Just last week, the DNL board appeared before the SCOPA to account for their alleged reckless spending based on the reports that DNL is insolvent. In clear contradiction of DNL's claims that they are clearly no longer a strategic asset for our country. It is now time to cut our losses. I thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. Rising cost to the taxpayer due to the inability of government to perform their function. Local government is a state of disaster to such an extent that local government is becoming a burden to the taxpayer and is only collecting taxes without giving value to the taxpayer. Klageng River Municipality is a good example. The court found that the municipality is contravening the law by diverting raw sewage to the Elands and Costa River. The High Court of Mafeking sentenced the municipal manager to 90 days imprisonment, suspended on a condition that he must rectify the sewage and potable water problem. The municipal manager, however, did not comply to this order and civic organization had to take over these services. Although the municipal manager failed his legislative obligation to provide service and a safe environment to the community, and he did not comply with the court order, he is currently still the municipal manager. He is not behind bars. There is no action from the Department of COCTA nor from the minister. They are thus complicit in the failing of the community. Local government is increasingly in contempt of court orders. Not only are they ignoring judgment issues, but there is also blatant disregard of local government legal framework. How can government justify that residents should pay rates and taxes as per legislation, whilst municipalities are not adhering to laws and regulation? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Honourable Member, the main adjunct speaker, right? Ek glo so. ANC? NC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC, COVID-19 has arrived in the country whilst our government was still in the planning stage of digitalization of the public service. The President has signed the National E-Government Strategy, which ensures that all South Africans can access quality public service and government information from anywhere, anytime. This strategy will reduce costs in the public administration. However, it was not easy for some government officials to perform their duties under lockdowns due to lack of accessibility of laptops and internet. There are still many public servants without tools of trade that can enable them to perform their duties remotely in order to render their services effectively and efficiently. The ANC will not allow a situation where a public sector remains stationary or lag behind. We're learning that the future of public sector work isn't constrained by geographic proximity. We need to move towards appointing public servants who should remain connected and engage with the workforce. This concept could see immense productivity in the workplace and change culture of working. I thank you.
Thank you. DA?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. One of the biggest disappointments of this government is their disregard for the multitudes of struggling municipalities. Towns all over this country where skills and qualifications are scarce, but corruption and maladministration flourishes. Last year we were given hope and the Auditor General supposedly got teeth, and we are awaiting annual reports that sadly will be as dim and as dismal as the prospects of the citizens they are meant to protect. Municipalities are supposed to buffer us, particularly the most vulnerable, from the excesses and incompetence of national government. Unfortunately, They don't have the experience and the expertise to guard against the wolves at the door. They don't have the time to recover from the previous year's follies before the next set of pirates are set upon us. Municipalities all over this country are busy with their IDPs and budgets, analyzing their audit outcomes, but ultimately they will be handed budgets as unbelievable as the ANC's stubbornness and petulance. There is only one way to change this. More and more South Africans are realizing that if you do the same thing, you will get the same result. To change this dismal cycle, you need to vote differently. They are realizing that the DA has by far the best record in municipal governance. They can restore their municipalities if they change their votes. I thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, the ACDP launched a High Court application against the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, SAHPRA, and the Minister of Health to secure access to ivermectin as a treatment for COVID-19 on the 27th of January 2021. At the same time, SAHPRA launched a program to give limited access to ivermectin in terms of Section 21 of the Medicines and Related Substances Act. The ACDP persisted in its application because it believed that the program did not achieve the purpose that it was created to achieve, and that it actually frustrated access to ivermectin and hindered doctors who were treating patients who were ill as a result of COVID-19 infection from treating them optimally by using ivermectin timelessly. The thrust of the ACDP's case was that prior to the program, doctors were entitled to prescribe ivermectin, and authorized doctors and pharmacists could compound it without having to make any application to SAHPRA. SAHPRA's program prevented the compounding of ivermectin medicine and thereby reduced the public's access to ivermectin. On Monday, 15 March 2021, SAHPRA informed the ACDP that an ivermectin product should be registered by Wednesday, 17th March 2021. This means that as soon as this product is registered, doctors can prescribe ivermectin without having to apply to SAHPRA to do so. And compounding the pharmacist, doctors can compound ivermectin for human use. This is a great victory for the ACDP and the people of South Africa who have been suffering under the scourge of the pandemic.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I was waiting for you to finish. Now you're taking more than enough seconds additionally, which was not allocated to you. ANC.
The African National Congress condemns in the strongest terms the ongoing attacks on foreign nationals in the Durban CBD. Recently, a group of unknown suspects attacked informal traders in the city of Durban, leaving several people injured and traumatized in what can be regarded as xenophobic violence. Police and metro businesses were petrol bombed. The ANC is deeply concerned at what appears to be criminal elements sowing discord in our communities by exploiting grievances around unemployment, crime, and drugs. No matter what grievances people may have, there can be no justification for the acts of arson, assault, and looting. We call upon law enforcement agencies to maintain vigilance and firmness in dealing with this despicable act of violence. Equally, our government must deal harshly with sporadic lawlessness and violence in the country. South Africans should respect, protect, and promote the rights of all in the country. The community leaders should also play an active role in mobilizing communities against violence and xenophobic. I thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party notes with concern the harassment, intimidation, threats, and killing of foreign nationals, including the burning of shops, destruction of their business, and looting. A further matter of concern, Deputy Speaker, is that the allegations are rife that those responsible are MK veterans aligned to the African National Congress, with no attempt by government and limited action by South African police services to put in place measures to protect foreign nationals, allowing them to live with dignity and respect on the South African soil. and the National Freedom Party is further concerned that despite the cries from foreign nationals in South Africa, it appears that their cries for help are being totally ignored by the authorities in South Africa. The National Freedom Party further wants to bring to the attention of all South Africans that many of these foreign nationals are from countries that have been in the forefront of the liberation of South Africans from the apartheid regime. Thank you.
Thank you. ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC condemns the constant violation of labor rights by the owner of Tiangara Farm in Kraaifontein in the Western Cape. It cannot be tolerated that workers are still working under these terrible conditions when the government has passed progressive legislation that protects the rights of workers. Recently, the workers supported by Women on Farms project downed tools to picket in front of the farm premises. Among their grievances was that the farmer, Arthur Gee, swears at them, does not supply personal protective equipment, but forces them to work immediately after spraying pesticides. They claim there is no contracts for casual workers and they are being overcharged for electricity. In its report, the Department of Labor visited the farm in 2019 and instructed the farmer to rectify various issues, but till today, the conditions are still the same. The employees complained that they have no water, use pit toilets which are dangerous and are a health hazard. They further claimed that they get charged 250 rands for 50 units of electricity, which is deducted from their salaries, and they cannot buy electricity anywhere else. The ANC calls for the Department of Labor to make a follow-up on the promises that were made by the farmer in 2019, and which, according to the employees, were never fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you. DA.
Deputy Speaker, COVID-19 must be one of the smartest viruses in the world. Truck drivers and scholars who travel to South Africa on a daily basis but live in Eswatini and Mozambique are allowed into South Africa without a PCR test. But weekly boarders are subjected to COVID-19 PCR tests and inconsistent behavior from port health authorities, making their lives a living hell. How does the virus tell the difference between a daily scholar, a truck driver, a weekly boarder, or a varsity student? It must be the same way it knows when South Africans are forced indoors between midnight and 4 o'clock, because it can then take a break. A directive was issued that PCR tests costing 850 Rand each are valid for 14 days. Some DHA officials validate the tests for 14 days. Others demand a PCR test not older than 72 hours. A rapid PCR test costs an additional 300 Rand if it's accepted at ports of entry. Fridays and Mondays are trauma days for students and varsity students, with many saying they'd rather quit than go through this hell. It's time the DHA gets its house in order and standardizes operations. It's time to waive COVID-19 PCR tests for daily and weekly students and varsity students trying to get an education. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters wishes to send its deepest condolences to the friends, family, and loved ones of the late Nkosazana Dla, who was brutally murdered on Wednesday, the 10th of March 2021. In a graphic and unwarranted show of violence, cowards who referred to themselves as police shot and killed Nkosazana Dla as he was exiting a clinic from which he had received medical treatment. The callous act of bloodthirsty criminals who prey on students while failing to protect our communities have broken a family. His children will grow up without a father because the government of the day was shooting the children of domestic workers and garden cleaners for demanding free education. The Ntumba family has lost a breadwinner, a leader, and an example of perseverance in education as he held a master's degree. Because police officers in this country think that a black skin is an invitation for violence. Ntumba's life was lost mercilessly for no purpose, and he will be known as a victim of what can only be described as a regime of terror. Nkosazana Ntumba was innocent. He was as innocent as Andries Tatani, Mambush Noki, and the workers of Marikana. He was as innocent as Mlungisi Madonsela and an entire generation of young people who have decided to adopt free education as their generational mission. He will enter the gates of heaven to tell the painful story of a former liberation movement that has adopted bloodshed as a service delivery program and has become the pride and joy of Hendrik Verwoerd, D.F. Malan, Pik Botha, and F.W. de Klerk. Ntumba will tell the tale of a government that has turned the streets of our townships and the campuses of our schools into a flakplaas, tormenting all those who dare to demand a better life. May his family find comfort. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Speaker.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Members, please count the minutes you were given. You have no mandate, no authority to extend your time from anybody. Go ahead, Mme.
The ANC would like to take this opportunity to convey words of appreciation to all frontline public servants who remained resilient since the advent of coronavirus in the country. This pandemic has made us realize the amount of things we take for granted in life, not to mention life itself. Every one of us has realized how important are our frontline workers today. These cadres never retreat from serving the country with distinction when dark cloud hit South Africa on the 5th of March 2020. Government have lost so many public servants due to coronavirus, but those who remained continue to serve our communities with excellency and distinction. To all frontline public servants, wherever you are, please receive our sincere appreciation and hugs. Unfortunately, we can't physically meet every single employee, but through this platform, we say you are our heroes that deserve to be celebrated. Continue to serve, because some of you, it wasn't because you liked to be in the frontline position, but it was a calling. You have made it possible for us to saving our lives and protecting us during all levels of the lockdown. The ANC notes and appreciates your service throughout and even today. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
PAC. Not present. ANC.
We welcome the recent historic successful rocket launch conducted by the Department of Science and Innovation, which broke both domestic and continental records. Researchers from the University of KwaZulu-Natal constructed the Phoenix 1B Mark II sounding rocket, which they launched at the Denal Overberg test range. This test sounding rocket traveled 17.9 kilometers into the air, which is about twice the altitude at which airplanes fly. The aim was for the rocket to reach 15 kilometers, but it eventually reached a height of 17.9 kilometers. This makes the rocket the highest flown indigenous rocket on the continent in recent times, and thus achieving a new altitude record in terms of African hybrid rockets. The Phoenix 1B Mark II, or Mark II, is the third rocket variant to be developed by UKZN's Aerospace Systems Research Group, which is funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. It is envisaged that the space industry will be one of the key drivers in addressing South Africa's national priorities, and this achievement lays the groundwork to use South African space research as a vehicle for job job creation, and poverty eradication. We commend the DSI and the research group on their groundbreaking work. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes member statements. Are there any ministerial responses?
You have forgotten me.
Mamela Ndati, I can't forget you. You are not on my list. So you must talk with those who allocate on the basis of their understanding when it is your turn. So, yes. Yeah. Das who wants werkie. Let's call for ministerial responses. Any minister in the house, outside, on the virtual platform?
I have my hand up, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Go ahead, Minister Nzimande.
Yes, and there were two comments by two honorable members, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to welcome Honorable Mapulane's expression of condolences on the death of Mr. Ntumba. We share that as the department and as government, and we are pleased that the Minister of Police is committed to deal with this matter. I also want to say that to both Honorable Mapulane that we are pleased to say that as government, we have met our NSFAS obligations for the academic year 2021. In other words, our commitment to support the children of the working class and the poor has been met by this government. We're going to be supporting over 700,000 students in universities and in our TVET colleges this year. And that's government policy. In addition, individual institutions are dealing with challenge of those students who fall outside NSFAS, who are indebted. And individual institutions, many of them, have offered to actually look at their situation on a case-by-case basis, focusing on students who are doing well, and especially those who are doing final year. Cabinet has also taken a decision that we're going to have a comprehensive review of student funding, including the missing middle, on how to address that. So for the EFF to claim that government has not met its obligations is that sheer opportunistic and populist politicking, which has no basis in fact. And Honorable Mkhatwa, we want to say thank you for your comments on the launch of the rocket, which actually shows the capacity, the scientific capacity of South Africa and the extent to which government, despite limited budget, is investing in science, which leads also to the training of young scientists, as well as improving our own understanding through space science of the Earth that we live in, so that we are able to create a better situation for everybody, and science which will also put us in good stead to be able to fight both the current as well as future pandemics. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Ngesi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We take note and what has been raised by the Honorable Nkosazana Mandela. We will definitely make a follow-up on the issues which have been raised. But we want to also raise the issue that there is a tendency from some of the employers, especially in the farming sector, to be arrogant, to disrespect the laws of this particular country. And we have adopted now a targeted approach to those particular employers in order to deal with them, to ensure that they do not violate the labor laws of this particular country. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Pasha.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the honorable members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to assure the honorable members and the public at large that the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority is acting in the best interest of all South Africans. SAPRA has a responsibility to make sure that all health products, diagnostics, and remedies are safe and efficacious for the public. I'm aware that the issue of ivermectin has become a very emotive one, especially so in a situation where many South Africans are experiencing a lot of pain with the loss of loved ones, family members, and friends. So any suggestion that there is a remedy which can be able, to prevent this becomes quite an emotive one. But we must recognize the fact that SAPRA has a particular responsibility to regulate and make sure that any of such medications is actually proven to be safe. So we urge all South Africans to work with SAPRA, work within its prescribed procedures, provide any information which SAPRA requires on any product which can become, members can become aware of, with information that indeed it is effective. And only when we do this can we continue to save lives. And I'm happy that the Honorable Measure actually from an initial difficult position of fighting in courts, from what he's saying now, there is progress. And I hope that going forward, there will be even better cooperation between the Reverend and the ACDP and other role players with the South African Health Product Regulatory Authority. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, please attend to your microphones. We know this happens, but please switch off your microphone. Any ministerial responses? We still have 3. You have Honorable Pando.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in response to the ANC statement concerning digital resources, it's important to reiterate that the government is making every effort to ensure that we are able to offer all the necessary tools to public servants to be able to carry out their duties in the context of this virtual environment and to ensure that they remain safe from COVID-19. I must say I would like personally to congratulate public servants for the immense effort that thousands of them have put forward, both utilizing their own resources and tools provided by the state to ensure that the wheels of government are kept operational and that we continue to provide services to the people of our country. Indeed, we are enhancing our digital strategy and ensuring that more and more South Africa is able to utilize all the available tools for digital communication to ensure that we become a fully modern society. And I believe we have done very well in 2021 and will grow from there. Chairperson, I also welcome the statement of the African National Congress condemning all attacks against the businesses of poor people in our country, particularly those who've come to South Africa seeking refuge and assistance. The diabolical attacks are totally to be condemned, as the ANC has done, and they cannot in any way be cast as attacks by military veterans of Umkhonto weSizwe. No true veteran of Umkhonto weSizwe would conduct themselves in that way against the defenseless who are merely trying to generate a basic livelihood. The attacks are to be rejected, and I agree fully with the call of the African National Congress that the security organs, particularly the police service, must do all that they can to arrest the perpetrators and ensure that every person in our country is safe and that we respect all human beings. I thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dominic Zuma.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my network is unstable. Can I be allowed not to show my video?
It's okay, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I agree with Minister Pandor about the attacks that are supposed to be by the Nkosazana military veterans. So I won't deal with that. Let me go to the question of the municipalities. And one honorable member was saying that people must vote differently. I think nobody denies that there are challenges in the municipalities, but those challenges are not are being attended to. First, if you look at the issue of the capacity and capabilities of people who are working in the administration there, when in 2019, we said that the School of Governance did not have specific modules to train local government. And we requested that they should do so. And now they do have local government specific modules so that we can improve the capacity of the people at local government. At the same time, you remember that the president during the SONA did say that we are going to be making sure that people who are employed in those positions do have the proper qualifications. And I think the coming local government is giving us lots of opportunities to change that situation. But let me also say that at local government, a lot of service delivery is happening. Despite the challenges, there are challenges, we don't deny that. And our people can see that the African National Congress is doing its best. And that is why, and we don't claim easy victories, we admit mistakes and difficulties. And that is why our people during the by-elections showed confidence in the ANC. The ANC retained 12 of its wards in the December elections. And of course, we also got additional 5 wards in the elections because our people can see through the rhetoric from some of the opposition. So we are going to work hard to, as the 3 spheres of government, to assist local government and make sure that the confidence that our people are showing is not betrayed. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Chikunga.
Ngiyabonga Deputy Speaker, ngamukele futhi i-statement sika Honorable Kibi obonga abasebenzi bakahulumeni ngalesi sikhathi ngomsebenzi omuhle abawenze ngalesi sikhathi se-COVID-19. Siyavumelana kakhulu nalesi statement ukuthi abasebenzi bakahulumeni ngokukhulu ukuzimisela baphume emakhaya abo ngesinye isikhathi kunaneyinkinga ze-public transport. Singakhumbula uneso wayesetaxini eya emsebenzini ngoMarch kungekho transport kodwa eyimisele ngokuya emsebenzini. Siyavumelana naye ukuthi besawenza loyo msebenzi kukhona abanye abaluze impilo zabo. Sidlulisela ukukhala kwethu kwimndeni kanye nama colleagues abo kanye ne public service yonke. baqhubekile basifundisa ngesifo ebesingasazi ukuthi sivikelwa kanjani nokuthi sibonakala kanjani nokuthi uma ngabe sesingenile yini into esingayenza lokho okwenza ukuthi noma bekhona abaningi abasishiyile kodwa abaningi baphilile sibonga kubasebenzi bakahulumeni labo abahlala bephambili nalabo abaprovide ama services esithi kuwo ama essential services ngalomsebenzi oncomekayo iSouth Africa iyohlala ibabonga njalo ngiyabonga mphathi Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, that concludes ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Bill and of report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs thereon.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, Honorable member, I don't want to hear your conversations, please. I shouldn't, unless you are interjecting and sitting down. But I shouldn't hear your conversations. Please. Honorable Mutambi, Gome, we're listening to you.
Dimasia, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. Greetings, honorable members. Our portfolio committee in its sitting on the 10th of February 2021, we considered and unanimously adopted the amendments to the National Council of Provinces to the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill. The amendments to the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill mostly emanate from the proposal of the IEC to address the challenges experienced in the administration and management of local government elections. The Department of Cooperative Governance, SALGA, provincial governments, and some municipal councils have also proposed amendments to the Principal Act with a view of promoting certainty on some matters and strengthening oversight and governance in municipalities. The processing of the Structures Amendment Bill in Parliament commenced towards the end of the 5th term of Parliament, where the previous Portfolio Committee received and considered submissions from SALGA, the Municipal Demarcation Board, the provincial governments of KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and the Northern Cape, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Department of Cooperative Governance, as well as Free State and Mpumalanga provincial chapters. These engagements took place in 2018. The National Assembly then debated the bill on the 13th of February 2019, and thereafter referred it to the NCOP for concurrence in terms of the procedure outlined in Section 76 of the Constitution. However, the bill lapsed with the dissolution of the 5th Parliament in May 2019. Then the NCOP revived the bill on the 17th of October 2019. After conducting its own extensive public participation processes, the NCOP debated the bill on the 2nd of December 2020 and referred it back to the National Assembly with amendments for concurrence. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs want to thank the National Council of Provinces for the amendments proposed in the bill and trust that this will go a long way in addressing the legislative gaps in respect of municipal governance. I also wish to thank the committee members for the united vision shown in considering and adopting the proposed amendments to the bill. I hereby submit the bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. As there is no list of speakers, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Utisenzenike, Madam.
Enkosi kakhulu sekela somlomo wendlu diphakamisa into yoba le ndlu yamkele le ngxelo yalomthetho ubekwayo apha enkosi.
Thank you very much, Bazo Chonoma Pagamisa Jongoba Ucho. I now recognize parties waiting, wishing to make a declaration in the usual manner. We start with the DA.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. There's been no fundamental changes since the DA supported this bill in the 5th Parliament, but allow me to make the following remarks. Parliament might need to consider whether the attempt to legislate for every aspect of local government has proved to be a fool's errand. Nearly everything a council, a mayor, a municipal manager does is the subject of national legislation and regulations. But in the past decade, more law hasn't stopped the downward trend of service delivery and financial management and the upward trend of corruption and waste. We have laws for budgeting, procurement and investment, and every year the Auditor General tells us about billions more lost to irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have laws for planning, performance management, and so on. And in 2015, more than a third of municipalities didn't have a single civil engineer or civil engineering technician in their employ. We have laws for recruitment and discipline. And in Katleng River, Ugu, Msunduzi, other municipalities, ANC cadres get CEO salaries but can't provide drinkable water. For every eventuality in local government, we have laws, and in large parts of the country, ANC mayors, councillors, and deployed cadres are rolling back the frontiers of development. Save for a bill that deals with intergovernmental relations and interventions in terms of Section 100 and 139 of the Constitution that's been lagging since 2013 and is very necessary, Parliament might need to consider less time on new municipal laws and more time on reviewing existing laws that inhibit the work of local government. This includes laws that aren't unique to municipalities, but that affect their ability to recruit the best people and the best possible services. And that includes, as the DA has said before in this House, the Employment Equity Act, the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, and the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. But in the meantime, Deputy Speaker, if this Municipal Structures Amendment Bill is passed into law, we'll have more law that strengthens the role of municipal public accounts committees, barring delinquent councillors from holding office for 2 years and trying to tie up other loose ends, which are good. A version of this speech, as I've mentioned, is already served in the House, and I've got little to add to what the Honourable Milam has said on that occasion. But the DA will be on our guard against provisions of this legislation that might be abused, whatever its wording. In case of a council speaker that refuses to call a meeting of the council, despite a majority of councillors requesting this in writing, MEC for local government now has the power to call for such a meeting in the Speaker's stead. This would, in theory, prevent the kind of political hostage situation that we had in Nelson Mandela Bay, where a Speaker whose party lost a majority refused to call a council meeting to elect a new mayor. The provision follows the logic of devolved government, that being that if municipalities fail, province steps in, and if province fails, national steps in, and that's good. But just as there are delinquent councillors, there are also delinquent MECs for local government. One of them is Gauteng's Lebohang Mahile, a MMC who refuses to exercise his powers when it's needed, but then also wants to exercise powers that he doesn't have. Here I refer, honourable members, to the judgments of the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal in the case of Tshwane, if you don't know what this comment is about. Also read the Makana judgment in the Eastern Cape, delivered shortly before the entirely predictable disaster in Tshwane took place. Both cases highlight the lack of competence and capability, not just at municipal level, provincial level, but at national government level. In these cases, had the National Department of Cooperative Governance done their homework, took an independent stand in these cases, informed by the facts and the law, a lot of time and money could have been spent better on service delivery and improving finances instead of fighting unwinnable court cases. Finally, the DA has serious reservations about the ability of national government to enforce existing law because of its span of control is just so big, and its technical competence and its ability to assist municipalities just so very, very bad. These doubts also extend to this Municipal Systems Amendment Bill. Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. EFF. Honorable Gungubel. Settle down, and we don't want you to be talking. Settle down. Yeah, please. This is the first request we made at the beginning. Somehow, that seat, go ahead, Ndat.
Deputy Chairperson, the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill came into existence to address some of the challenges the Independent Electoral Commission had encountered in managing and facilitating local government elections in the past. For instance, there had been numerous disputes around the filling of vacancies on council. Further amendments to the bill were included, among other things, to promote certainty of governance matters, such as composition, powers, and functions of the various committees of council. The bill presents more positive changes by toughening the establishment and functions of MPECs, executive committees, ward committees, speakers, and whips. The amendments are aimed at effective oversight, improving accountability, enhancing discipline in council, improving functionality in the legislative and executive branches in the municipality, and removing delays in the municipal processes. The roles of these different structures, which the proposed Amendment Act seeks to clarify and redefine, may improve the functionality of municipalities if they are effectively undertaken. As the EFF, we welcome the amendments of the Local Government Municipal Structures Bill as considered by the committee and unanimously agreed to all the NCOP amendments. It is the EFF's considered position that elections must be synchronized to match local government elections with provincial and national election. Due to the lockdown and time lost, it would be impossible to embark on public election campaigns while the pandemic is still raging. And so that there is clarity and certainty about the terms of office, dates and expiration in terms of terms of office, and also certainty about the days of elections. Over and above that, South Africans need public representatives who are focused on delivering services, and having elections once after every 2 years is a distraction and a very expensive exercise. We must synchronize elections for national, provincial, and local government. Notwithstanding this, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do hope that I'm audible. The IFP welcomes the much-needed evolution of the electoral legislation. Over the past few years, we have seen major challenges to the administration and the rights of our citizens in terms of elections, such as issues with the voters' roll, if you can remember, and more recently, the challenges by the independents to contest national and provincial elections. Now, the consideration of electoral laws in the Department of COPTA is particularly important. It is this department's job to ensure that individual communities across 9 provinces of our country have the necessary mechanisms to realize their civil rights. At local government elections, this is even more or ever more the case, as the people have direct inputs in the matters of governance. Ensuring sound electoral laws not only protects the foundational civil rights of our country, but also guarantees citizens the opportunity to decide the level of quality of democracy, democratic freedom for the constitutional values of this great nation. Moreover, we believe that the autonomy of provinces is at the heart of building the nation's capacity in all aspects. We have seen all the disaster that occurs when government centralizes its power and operations, and even so, such as ESCOM, ability to only promise continuous load shedding as it has done, South African Airways' inability to operate without bailouts, and Denel billion rand debts in which is unable to pay its employees. Now, passing the legislation may be one thing but ensuring that people are held accountable is also another. Now, in this regard, the governing party shows its complete contempt of disregard for our constitution and the judiciary through recent events. If we allow the governing party to extend their corrosive attitude to our democratic foundations, then we'll have successfully failed as a nation. The unwillingness to hold members accountable for looting from the pockets of struggling citizens and their disrespect for constitutional court rulings are of the loudest alarm to the rank. Now it is time to elect the more responsible and respectable alternative government, that is the government of the Inkatha Freedom Party. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Members.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Freedom Plus does support the bill. However, the biggest problem is the fact that the bill will not actually address the collapsing of municipalities. The single biggest failure of the ANC government is that of local government, proven by Klageng River judgment, the fact that more and more municipalities cannot even deliver on their core functions as set out in the Constitution of South Africa. There are 3 legislative pillars in a local government, of which the Structures Act is one. And the ANC-governed municipalities can't give adherence to any of them, like that of VBS scandal, where the MFMA has been disregarded. The reason for this massive failure is ANC cadres that is deployed at local government. These councillors are of a view that they cannot be held hostage by their own laws and regard legislation only as a guideline, therefore not regarding any law as important. Proof of this is local government's illegal meetings, court orders that has been disregarded, non-compliance with administration laws and no adherence to their own municipal bylaws. Hierdie verandering in die strukturewet gaan niks beteken nie, want die ANC regering gaan dit nie implementeer nie. Die ANC regering gaan nie gehoor gee hieraan nie. An example is the disregard of the code of conduct of councillors. No consequent management is applied to mayors and speakers that don't even pay rates and services. Yet they have to enforce this act, which they won't, as they are in the contravention themselves. It seems that the ANC only see local government as a place to redeploy its cadres, a place to make money, and a place to take more money from the people. Plaaslike regering is nie meer die middelpunt van dienslewering nie, maar 'n kweekhuis vir korrupsie. The ANC again, after how many projects, started to implement the district development model, a model that is proof that local government is a failure, and that the ANC inability to adhere to legislation and the implementation thereof. The DDM is concentrating to implement projects that municipalities should have implemented according to legislation that is already in place and dismally failed to do so. South Africa's citizens is not slaves to government, but government should be servants to the taxpayers as they are the source of income which allow government to govern. If you want a better government, get rid of the ANC, and there will be an opportunity this year with local government elections. Only government that is not ANC will be better government, because it won't take much to govern better than the ANC. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. ACDP. Take over.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Deputy Speaker, can I continue?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Ndati.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP notes that the amendments to the Structures Act arises to a large extent from the IEC in order to address the challenges experienced in the administration and management of local government elections. It bears mentioning that the Department of Cooperative Governance, SALGA, as well as some municipal councils contributed to this amendment bill with the intention of promoting certainty on some matters and strengthening oversight and governance in municipalities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP is cognizant of the importance of the Structures Act, which among other things provides for an appropriate division of functions and powers between categories of municipalities, regulating the internal systems, structures, and office bearers of municipalities, as well as providing for appropriate electoral systems. And so as we prepare for local government elections this year, it is therefore imperative that we have a Structures Act that undergirds our municipalities and strengthens oversight and governance at a local level. It is the view of the ACDP and most rational thinking South Africans that if ever there was a time that our municipalities needed to be strengthened, it is now. This is evidenced by the report of the former Auditor General of South Africa, Kibi Makwetu, who published his local government audit outcomes for 2018-19, revealing that of the 257 municipalities and 21 entities countrywide, only 21 municipalities received a clean audit. The rot must be stopped. The ACDP is heartened by the level of unanimity among political parties in COCTA, where the COCTA Portfolio Committee, where all 48 of the amendments in the bill from clause 1 through to 32 were unanimously adopted by the committee. What is now needed is the practical application to address the challenges experienced in the administration and management of local government elections and to strengthen oversight and governance in municipalities. A failure to do so, Honourable Deputy Speaker, will be catastrophic. The ACDP supports this report and the amendment bill. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM? Chief Whip Kwang Kwa? He's not here. Yes, yes. Are you envying him? ATM? ATM is not here. Good. Don't scream across the floor, please. Honorable members. Good is not here too. NFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The amendments to the Municipal Structures Act mostly emanate from the proposals of the Independent Electoral Commission to address the challenges experienced in the administration and management of local government elections. Therefore, proposed amendments to the Municipal Act with a view to promoting certainty on some matters and strengthening oversight and governance in municipalities. The bill consists of Independent Electoral Commission proposals informed by challenges it experienced in the management of local government elections. The bill also tackles governance matters such as the removal of plenary type municipality, Iran councillors removed from office not being eligible to be a councillor for 2 years, municipalities establishing oversight committees with defined roles and responsibilities. If a speaker has breached the code of conduct or refused to investigate a breach, the municipal council must establish a special committee to investigate. The National Freedom Party notes the bill, but we remain concerned about the power of MECs and the possibility that impact reports could be changed by the Executive Committee before submission to the Municipal Council. Therefore, we would like to propose that such reports must be investigated if another councillor reports a case of misconduct. We welcome the fact that when a councillor is removed, they are not able to come back. We believe that this could potentially bring in instability. Many of these councillors are almost always invisible to the communities they serve. Even when members of the community take matters up to councillors, these are seldom elevated to the relevant structures and bring about change to the issues that communities experience. The ENFP will support the bill. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sibisi. The AIC. Not here. Cope. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, our freedom is fake if we cannot come to the aid of the African child. The African child lives in sewerage, learns in sewerage, and plays in sewerage. Sewage pollution of rivers and waterways is worse than climate change. The National Environment Management Act, NEMA, provides for municipal officials to be taken to court if there is non-compliance. While there has been non-compliance findings in the city of Cape Town, the appeal goes to the MEC, who is from the same political party, and the city then wins the appeal. The amendment bill does not prevent this anomaly and proper oversight. Honourable House Chair, the Green Scorpions looking after the environment and the Blue Scorpions looking after the waterways are nothing but toothless frogs. And it's unfortunate the amendments does not address this particular concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Members. Honorable House Chairperson, I would like to dedicate today's speech to Mr. Siyabonga Sigade, who passed away in a car accident a few days ago. Mr. Sigade was one of our COCTA Portfolio Committee social media follower who was participating in a very meaningful way to our meeting through that particular platform. We wish his family peace and strength during this trying time. On a somber note, we remember that it was exactly a year ago that the President had announced on the evening of the 15th March 2020 that the COVID-19 outbreak was declared a national disaster. We pay homage to those that have succumbed to the pandemic, and we continue to encourage our frontline workers to remain steadfast in their resolve to protect us and contain the pandemic. We salute you. Today also indicates to all of us that we are left with less than 3 months before the present term of local government ends. From the various oversight visits and engagement that we as the Portfolio Committee were having with municipalities, provincial and national stakeholders, we have noted the poor state of affairs in some of our municipalities. As the committee, we have taken a conscious decision that we will not rest until we see positive change taking place in our municipalities. But having said that, today as I stand before you, delighted to announce to the House that we have been armed with a legislative intervention that will take us closer to resolving and readdressing some bad habits that have been taking place in our municipalities. As the ANC, we believe in good governance, quality services, accountability, and to root out corruptions. Hence, local government is very dear to us. Honorable House Chair, we understand that we are approaching local government, and we know that the role of opposition is to see negative in everything. So they will use this platform to grandstand unnecessarily, and also mentioning all these negative things, of which some of them are not necessarily the truth. The DA is wrong by saying that the ANC councillors are blocking development. As the ANC, our priority is the people. Hence, we allow all the municipalities to come to the committee and hold them accountable, despite their political affiliations. And also, Honorable Chair, there's a member of FF Plus, Honorable Member, who spoke about better governing party than the ANC. Maybe speaking about the apartheid regime because he was a beneficiary of such a government which was oppressing some of us and our grandmothers. Back to my speech, Honorable Chair. The Municipal Structural Amendment Bill has been finalized at the most appropriate time. As we see the curtain being drawn on the present term of local government and the dawn of the new term of municipalities after the elections that are planned for the later in this year. In short, through this bill, we will be tightening local government, putting municipality on the clock, and will ensure that municipal operations continue despite attempts to disrupt or stall the functioning of the municipalities. This bill represents a culmination of engagement with all the local government stakeholders over the past 2 years. And needless to say, it has been anonymously supported by all the political parties. With the limited time that I have, I want to point out 5 main features of the bill. Firstly, if a councillor is removed from the office by the MEC because he or she has breached a code of conduct, then that councillor will not be eligible to stand for any elections of municipal council for a period of 2 years. The code also provides that if a speaker is alleged perpetrator or if a speaker refuses to authorize an investigation, then the council must establish a special committee to investigate and make findings on any alleged breach of the code of conduct. But even more importantly, we want to remind all councillors that the code is also provides that if a councillor votes or agree to a resolution which conflict with any applicable legislation, then that will constitute to the breach of the code of conduct, and as a result of such action, he or she may be removed from the office. Secondly, the bill makes expression provision for all the municipalities to establish oversight committees, which are commonly referred to municipal public account committees or MPACs. This committee will no longer allow office bearers such as mayors, deputy mayors, whips, members of ESCO or MECO, or officials to be members of the MPAC. The MPAC, whose responsibility will be aligned to the relevant provision of MFMA, will have to review the reports of the Auditor General, comments of management and audit committee, and thereafter it will make recommendations to the council. The bill then requires that all the report of the MPAC must be submitted to the Speaker, who must ensure that the report is tabled in the next meeting of the Municipal Council. So if previously MPAC reports were kept away from council meetings because it implicated certain people or cover up certain actions, the bill now makes that action unlawful. We will be closely monitoring the work of MPAC and also see how they attempt to reduce the ever-increasing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures that municipalities are responsible for. Thirdly, we noted that there were instances in the past where council meetings were not convened because the speaker or acting speaker simply refused to do so. That will now be a practice of the past because the bill now allows the municipal manager to call and chair the meeting. However, if the municipal manager is absent or refuses to call the meeting, the MEC for local government may designate a person to call and chair the meeting so that the council can also meet and deal with the business that they were elected for. The bill also provides for the whip in a council and stipulates specific functions for the whip, some of which include liaising with different political parties to ensure representation in the council and council committees, maintaining of sound relationship between the various political parties, assisting the speaker to count votes in the council meeting, informs the whip of all political parties on the important matters on the council agenda, facilitating the interaction between the executive and legislative oversight structures in the municipality, and lastly, resolving the dispute between the various municipal office bearers. Lastly, Honorable Chair, the electoral-related amendments in the bill are aimed at ensuring an effective and timeous response to instances where vacancies occur. And also, the bill provides for...
Unfortunately, the bill your time has expired, Honorable Director.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable CBC. Honorable CBC. Vali mic yako. Sizwen. Uvali. Thank you. That concludes the declaration. Are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the bill as amended be passed? No.
No.
Yes. Who's that?
I said no, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. The no objections agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of Customary Initiation Bill, Bill 7D 2018, National Assembly Section 76, and of Report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs thereon.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Mutambi, it's your opportunity to present the report.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Our portfolio committee, in its sitting on the 10th of February 2021, considered and unanimously adopted the amendment to the National Council of Provinces to the Customary Initiation Bill. The Customary Initiation Bill responds to the ineffective regulation of initiation schools, including the lack of a national statute that deals with the customary practice of initiation comprehensively. The lack of a national legislative instrument has facilitated abuse of the customary practice of initiation, resulting in the neglect and death and seriously bodily harm to the initiates. The processing of this customary initiation bill started immediately after its tabling in Parliament on the 28th of February 2018. Thereafter, the Committee of the 5th Parliament embarked on an extensive public participation process involving traveling across all the provinces that practice customary initiation in order to hear oral submissions and receive written inputs. Following the conclusion of the committee process, the National Assembly read the bill for the second time on 4 December 2018, and thereafter sent it to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence, in accordance with the procedure outlined in Section 76 of the Constitution. The bill therefore lapsed with the dissolution of the 5th Parliament in May 2019. The National Council of Province revived it on the 17th of October 2019, and following its own extensive public processes, it adopted it with amendments on the 2nd of December 2020 and immediately referred it back to this committee for concurrence with amendments. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank the colleagues in the National Council of Provinces for the amendments proposed in the bill and trust this will go a long way in addressing the legislative gap in respect of customary initiation. I also would like to thank the committee members for the united vision shown in considering and adopt the proposed amendment to the bill. I hereby present the report to the House Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mam Tambi. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. Let's just remember the usual times of declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. This also is a bill that passed in the previous Parliament and had to be revived. The bill navigates a difficult terrain between modern and traditional life, between the rights of individuals in a constitutional democracy and the attachment of communities to traditional customs and ways of life. The role of Parliament is not to prefer one way of life over another, but instead to ensure that the law protects individual freedom and dignity under all circumstances. Initiation practices, which have over time been part of all cultures, need not be abusive or deadly. But for many young people, these practices have in fact been abusive and deadly. Every year, young boys in particular are maimed and killed in the care of people who operate or pretend to operate under traditional authority. Many of the initiates claim to have had no choice in the matter. Even some parents have claimed that they were acting under compulsion. This is not just a failure of Parliament and government, it is a failure of traditional leaders who enjoy official recognition and public funding. In terms of this bill, initiation schools will at long last be regulated, along with initiation practices such as male circumcision. Clear obligations are set out for caregivers and parents, and potential initiates now have an explicit right to participate in the decision of whether or not to attend initiation school. And if initiates decide to undergo circumcision, they have an explicit right to choose between medical and traditional circumcision. The bill also creates offences without which a law like this would have been very difficult to enforce. If government has the capacity to enforce this bill, it will tilt the balance of law in favour of young people in rural areas who have suffered a lot of abuse, and it will prevent entirely preventable death and injury. The DA supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, when this bill was tabled in the House in 2019, we expressed our emphatic support to it. We did so because each and every year, hundreds of young boys who only seek to undergo the cultural practice of initiation perish under the Bokas initiation schools across the country, but more particularly in the Eastern Cape. Many other charlatans have abused this sacred cultural practice and established illegal schools to get financial benefits from initiation. Parents are excluded and children die in the name of culture. We maintain that it is not culture if it kills, and there is no room in our democracy for condoning practices that maintain and kill our people. The bill, therefore, is long overdue, and it brings together institutional mechanisms which ought to have been introduced a long time ago to prevent the death of so many of our country's young men. We welcome the expansion of the definition of abuse from the amendments made by the NCOP to include a whole range of practices that may be abusive to initiatives. We are particularly pleased with the provision that at least 3 members of the Oversight Committee must be women. For far too long, we have had perverted notions of culture that exclude the participation of our women drummed down our heads. Undertake initiation process is traditionally inclusive of women, and it is in the main women who suffer the most from having their sons injured or killed at these initiation schools. We also welcome the establishment of the Provincial Initiations Oversight Committee, but we are of the view that these schools have been cascaded to regions as well at branch level. We would also have loved it if the bill had made it to a mandatory that traditional surgeons must be trained and licensed, and that their license must be renewable on a yearly basis based on stringent training and hygiene requirements. The FF is in support of the general provision of the bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the IFP is pleased with the amendments to the Customary Initiation Bill as they reflect the purpose that brought about this drafting. The effective regulation of customary initiation practices is of paramount importance and it will extend much needed protection for those young people whose culture and heritage it is to undergo initiation. Further, Chair, the requirements that initiation schools and traditional surgeons should be registered will also allow for accountability and transparency where it was not easily available before, both to initiates and the communities at large. Now, the IFP remains adamant that the government should not interfere with the performance of traditional rites and rituals, but it should strive to ensure that such rituals are performed in a healthy, safe, and dignified, affirming environment. All interventions on the part of government aimed at preserving the lives and the dignity of initiates will be supported by the Inkatha Freedom Party. The IFP notes, as it has in the past, that unregulated initiation schools open up a room for abuse and harm to take place that has long-lasting effects on the initiates, their families, and also their communities. We have seen this in the past, Honorable Chair, the tragic loss of lives at bogus initiation schools run by unqualified surgeons. We have also noted with concern the abduction of initiates without parental consent to participate in the initiation process. Now, Chair, the IFP condemns such practices as they tarnish the customary initiation traditions and threaten the lives and the future of our young initiates. The IFP calls for the government to act decisively and with expedience against those who ignore the provisions of the bill. We trust that government institutions will work together with the traditional leaders and traditional structures to ensure that the intentions of this bill are in place and are followed and fulfilled. Further, we hope that once this bill commences, no lives will be lost when the initiates participate in this customary practice. Honorable Chair, honorable members, the IFP supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, IFP, FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we do not have a declaration, but we are in support of this bill.
Thank you, ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this much-needed bill had to be revived after lapsing in the previous Parliament. And the ACDP shares deep concerns about abusive initiation practices leading to tragic and needless deaths of initiates. It is deeply concerning that many initiates and even their parents do not consent to such practices. Initiation schools will now be regulated to end bogus initiation schools and to protect the initiates. The ACDP supports the bill, trusting that it will bring to an end the tragic deaths arising from unregulated initiation schools. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Avaron. ATM. Good. NFP. Now uqeda baba uSibisi uvale le mic yakho ngoba uyasdisturba.
Qhubeka. House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. It is no secret that the customary practice of initiation has been subject to abuse and has resulted in the death of initiates or caused serious bodily harm due to ineffective regulation of initiation schools. National and provincial laws that address issues on customary initiation do exist, but these laws lack application. In fact, these laws do not deal with initiation comprehensively. Year in, year out, we have seen on the news a number of initiates being reported to have died while in initiation schools due to a number of health-related factors. The Eastern Cape Province Health Department statistics reveal the following. During 2018 winter initiation season, 21 boys died in the province, 16 were from Pondoland. In the 2018 summer season, 23 boys died, and in the 2019 winter season, 17 boys died, 14 were from Pondoland. According to the Provincial Cooperative Department, 500 boys have died at initiation schools over the past 5 years. In that time, 191 people have been arrested and fewer than 75 cases have been brought before court, leading to only 14 convictions. In this recent summer initiation period, reports came out stating that 11 initiates have died since the beginning of the December summer initiation season in the Eastern Cape. 22 initiates were reported to have been admitted to the hospitals in the province due to botched circumcisions and dehydration. We also read reports that during this past summer initiation season, 3 initiates were found dead with bullet wounds to their upper bodies inside a head in Tsomo. This is to mention a few incidents that we have learned about during the past initiation season. The CIP claims that it aims to protect, promote, and regulate initiations and ensure it takes place in a controlled and safe environment to protect life and prevent any abuse. But the question is the department confident that through this bill we'll begin to see more visible regulation and strict consequences to those that fail to adhere to its regulations? Some of these deaths and injuries occur in the deepest parts of the rural areas due to the nature of the culture itself. How is the department going to ensure that it strengthens its relationship with SAP for more visibility and enforcement of the law, which seeks to protect initiates from death and health-related risks as the effective implementation? Therefore, the National Freedom Party will support the bill. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, and switch on off your mic. AIC. COPE, oh, they're gone. PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I want to bring to the attention of this House that the Imam came with a sword and with one cut did the job. So customary initiation has over 300-year tradition, especially in the Cape. The Muslim community has been blessed in that we hardly hear of tragedies. So we will obviously support this bill to reduce the tragedies that we hear about. However, Honourable House Chair, resources must be made available to raise the standard of this important cultural practice which cuts across cultures and religions. And this seems to be the shortcoming in the amendments. So I'm sure that the House will find it very interesting that in the Muslim community, this has been a long tradition. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Once again, as COGTA, we are united around this matter. This piece of legislation seeks to protect, promote, and regulate initiation and provide acceptable norms and standards from structures at national, provincial, and local level with a view to ensure that initiates takes place in a controlled and safe environment. This is a critical debate that will reinforce protection of life, prevention of injuries, and prevention of abuse from any form during and after initiation. Over the past year, there have been deaths of young men due to unsuccessful circumcision and assault in some cases. In some cases, underage children are taken to the...
Babu Sibisi ngikucelile ukuthi uvale na uqeda kani kwenze njani uyasihlukumeza qhubeka Babu Radebe.
No, thank you. In some cases, the underage children are taken to this school without parental consent or permission. The Customary Initiation Bill is desirable to protect and regulate the customary practice of initiates uniformly across the country. Now, to Honourable Honourable Numalo from IFP, it is not government intention to interfere. It is not government intention to interfere with customary practice, rather to clamp down on illegal bogus schools that have led to more than 4,000 hospital admissions and more than 130 amputations since 2012. Initiates death in the past few years in some areas are more than 400. The African National Congress appreciates that in its preamble, the Customary Initiation Bill recognizes the right to life, affirms the right to cultural practice, and emphasizes the protection of children from abuse, maltreatment, and neglect. Having said that, it is also highly important to highlight the task of traditional affairs as informed by the National Development Plan and Back to Basics. It is to inform the transformation, development, promotes traditional affairs institution through monitoring and providing support to institution in its administration of traditional affairs and communities in accordance with customs and tradition. It is against this backdrop that the African National Congress views culture as an integral component of development, in that it contributes to such a process, but also it can play a facilitative role in an unfolding and a developmental process. Some surgeons have also been found to be operating under the influence of alcohol, drugs, and even using unsterilized instruments, which contributes to the spread of blood-borne disease such as HIV, excessive building, and other related diseases. As the African National Congress, therefore, we say this bill will help traditional leaders and strengthen them to hold on this culture and to be custodians that can regulate and ensure that culture is done and practiced under a good condition. Ours is to never rest until we reach zero deaths of initiates. The objectives of this bill, as legislated, is to provide for established national initiation oversight committees and provincial initiation coordinating committees. It is also to provide for an effective regulation of initiation school, to provide regulatory powers to the ministers, premiers, to provide for monitoring and implementation of the bill. The Customary Initiation Bill will also make provision for municipalities to strengthen their bylaws regulatory processes. Municipalities must ensure the provision of necessary infrastructure such as land, clean water, and sites for initiations. South Africa is governed by laws, and we cannot allow lawlessness. Therefore, the Customary Bill seeks to deal with decisive elements such as those who hijack our culture, commercialization of our culture for their benefit. It is about punishing wrongdoing such as criminal element who adopt underage boys without knowledge of their parents and families for financial gain. Honorable House Chairperson, it is worth noting that the Customary Initiation Bill is not there to interfere with the practice itself, but to identify those areas that are problematic, that have led to many fatalities, and to ensure that our culture is practiced without fear, but it's good for our children that when they go to initiation, they come back alive. A culture plays a significant role in terms of informing and contributing to a nation building. Nation building is one of the highest priorities of the African national government. The culture has always been central to the role in our society. Phecelezi nje ima ngena kwesika mageba. Malunga hloniphekile nani nonke bantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Lo mthetho esikhuluma ngawo namhlanje ngumthetho ozama ukukhusela isizwe sakithi ekulandeleni amasiko esintu lapho abafana bethi bengena esigabeni sobudoda. Singukhongolose sithanda ukuyibeka icace ukuthi lo mthetho uhulumeni azama ukuphasisa akuzami neze ukugqambukela emasikweni. Kodwa uhulumeni uzama ukusiza ukuvikela umphakathi aphephise nezimpilo zabafana bathi mabangena esigabeni sobudoda bangena ngendlela ephephile. Kodwa futhi sithanda ukuqiniseka ukuthi konke lokho sikwenzayo sifuna ukwenza ukuphephisa izimpilo zabantu. Ngakho ke kafushane nje lo mthetho uzama ukuvikela abantu nabafana abancane lapho bendlulela esigabeni sobudoda. Samasiko ngiyethemba ke ukuthi sonke malunga ahloniphekile sizawukwamukela lo mthetho phecelezi obizwa ngokuthi it's a Customary Initiation Bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party? No? I was interrupted before I finished, but I take it that there is no objection to this bill being passed. Thank you very much. The bill will then be sent to the President for assent. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of the first report of the National Assembly Rules Committee.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief of the Majority Party from the Chamber. Chief Whip. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise that this order be tabled and be agreed to. Thank you. Are there any objections?
The EFF objects.
The EFF objects. That's noted. The DA?
Speaker, the DA also objects and would like to make a declaration if possible.
Thank you very much. The objections are noted. A declaration has been called for, and therefore we will move to the declarations. The Honorable Helwis.
Thank you, ma'am. The Democratic Alliance objects to the new dispensation, which will see the Deputy President only appear in the House once a quarter for question time. We believe that that fundamentally undermines the ability of this House to hold the Leader of Government business to account for his own performance and the performance of the government of which he is the leader of its business in this House to account for in Parliament through questions. We don't understand why the EFF has driven this agenda and yet is objecting to this report. Nevertheless, we object to it. Thank you.
The EFF. The EFF will be accorded. Honourable members, allow the member to speak.
I think I will leave my mask like that, Speaker. Chairperson, it was the EFF that proposed the question session for the Deputy President must be held once every quarter and not monthly, and it's been the case. Wait for it, don't rush. We just could not understand the reasoning for having someone come every month to Parliament and more often than not to fumble insignificantly to things. With more opportunities to table motions for debates in the House, it is the essence of democracy that all voices, however small, needs to be heard. Speaker, we reject with contempt it deserved the findings of the Rules Committee, which found that there was nothing wrong with the conduct with Mr. Jantjie. Well, he was presiding officer, used the rules unduly to evict Honourable Mkwebane and me that day from the visual platforms. The application of the rules of the House must never be aimed at punishing particular individuals or political parties. The fact that the report condones the reprehensive conduct of Mr. Jantjie, who evicted Honourable Mkwebane and many other members from the House without due process as provided from the rules is shameful. Our Honourable Mkwebane is a whip of the EFF, as me. It is part of her responsibility to call any presiding officers to order if she feels that the rules are not being adhered to. She did this on that day, and without giving any chance to explain herself, Mr. Jantjie just kicked her out. In what world is this type of conduct of presiding officers permitted? Shamefully. We understand we raise issues that are not comfortable with you, Mr. Hope, Papo, and any other ANC members and the DA, but we have rights to speak in this House, and we have the right to object within the rules. And when it sees injustice being done, there is no substantive reasons this committee provide any support of the decision of Mr. Jantjie to evict Honourable Mkwebane from the House. Presiding officers must never be allowed to use the visual platform to bully and suppress members or parties they don't agree with. The only inference that we can draw is this, and the punishment merely was because she's an EFF member. We reject this report and run against all the basic principles of the democracy and of society. We reject it with the contempt it deserves.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honourable Dr. Mulder.
IFP Speaker, will you give me a chance?
The IFP, the Honourable
thank you.
My apologies. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Colleagues, at the outset, I'd like to place on record, as I have done on numerous occasions before, that the Rules Committee meets far too infrequently for it to adequately address the manner of working and functionality, as is required by our ever-evolving National Assembly and what we call People's Parliament. That being said, I am very pleased that we did meet recently and apply our collective mind to the most pressing issues confronting us from a rules perspective, and wish to advise that the IFP supports the findings and recommendations as contained in the report. Before touching on a few of the issues raised, allow me the opportunity to remind us all that these rules are our collective rules. In terms of our constitutional dispensation, Parliament is permitted to manage its own internal arrangements, and that requires not only a collegial and sometimes conciliatory posture from the various political parties represented in the 6th Parliament, but also a fairness in the applicability of rules by the presiding officers and committee chairpersons. I think the point made by the honourable member of the EFF. Consistency of application will greatly assist in resolving many of the current contentious issues that continue to plague the sittings of the National Assembly. Intervention should be established to ease such pressures. One such intervention, Honourable Speaker, could be the publication of a compendium of sorts of established precedent as regards unparliamentary language, so that all of us have it in our possession. We also have a National Assembly guide to procedure, but this was last printed in 2004 at the close of the second Parliament. In the introduction to this publication, it is specifically highlighted that the process of transformation of the institution, that is this Parliament, is ongoing and work in progress in order to mold our Parliament, and I quote, into an institution which can effectively play its constitutional role of meeting the needs and expectations of the public, close quote. I just want to touch on a few of the specifics in the report. Firstly, on the question of questions to the Deputy President, the IFP supports the recommendation that the Deputy President answers questions at least once per quarter and more if deemed necessary. Honourable Speaker, the Deputy President has a mandate over many key areas of governance, and it may be required that he attend more than once in order to answer questions directed at his various portfolios. We support this recommendation subject to that caveat. With regard to written parliamentary questions and questions not answered by certain members of the executive, we have always expressed concern that this is a matter not only that undermines the role of Parliament and the relationship between the executive and Parliament, and we believe that the Speaker and the presiding officers need to take firmer action against the members of the executive, and we also welcome the fact that Parliament or the Subcommittee on Rules will look at the 5th Parliament's report in this manner. So we support this report, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Singh. The Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Speaker, the Constitution provides that Parliament consists of 2 houses, the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. That is set out in section 42(3) of the Constitution, and it clearly states that the National Assembly is here to represent the people, and the people are represented in the form of political parties that participate. The report that we are dealing with at the moment are dealing with 7 different subjects that came through the process of the Subcommittee on Rules and then the Rules Committee to the House. I would like to start off by referring to the colleague from the EFF just now, and it was good to hear us feeling so strong about the right of members to speak and that there should not be interference with members to speak. However, if I remember correctly, there's only one party in this House that through the last 10 years has gone out of their way to prevent people from time to time to speak. Only one party, and that's the EFF. No other party, only the EFF has done that. That's the reality. So you are very strong about the right to speak. Respect that for all members then in that instance. Honourable Chairperson, political parties are represented in the Chief Whip's Forum.
Don't point a finger at us.
Yes,
don't point a finger.
Order.
Political parties are
But which 10 years? Which 10 years are you talking about? 10 years EFF.
Honourable Mautwe, that is out of order. You are not going to drown out a speaker on the podium. Order.
Yeah, but he must not point a finger. That's racism.
Yes, he will not point a finger at the members of the EFF, Honourable
A white man with
Mulder.
a bald head pointing a finger is racism.
Your point is taken. Honourable Dr. Mulder, don't point a finger at honourable members. Please proceed.
The EFF has just proved my point in terms of not allowing members to speak. That's your problem. Don't point your fingers at me, that's racism. Your leader told you just now. Listen. Don't point your fingers, your leader told you.
I didn't point that to you, bloody idiot.
Honourable Paulson, you will speak when you are recognized.
Good idea.
Honourable Mulder, please concentrate on what you want to say.
I will do so, ma'am.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable
Thank
Speaker.
you,
Honourable Speaker. On a point of order.
Yes, sir, please.
Speaker, the Honourable Paulson just referred to the member as a bloody idiot. That is unparliamentary, and I ask you to ask him to withdraw that, please.
Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson, did you refer to the honorable member on the podium as an idiot?
I did, Your Speaker.
That is out of order. Please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Can we now proceed, please?
Yes, ma'am. We'll continue. So one of the proposals here is to change the rules with regard to the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum. I think that's very positive because it gives clarity and certainty in terms of how that body should now be constituted, and I think that's very positive. Section 42(3) of the Constitution also makes provision that the National Assembly should act as a national forum for public consideration of issues. And the provision in the report specifically makes reference now and makes it possible that there will be more opportunities for debates for smaller parties. And I think that's very positive. I think it will give an opportunity to some of the other parties also to bring their issues to the House, which I think is a very positive step. The specific bone of contention in this report seems to be the question with regard to questions to the Deputy President. Should that be monthly or should it be every quarter? Now, with all due respect, I think the issue that you're dealing with is basically how do we keep the executive to account? How do we actually effectively keep the executive to account? And with all due respect, I don't think that the answer is going to lie there in terms of more opportunities to question the Deputy President. I think we should once again think in terms of what we've had at the beginning of this Parliament, way back in 1994, something that was called interpellations. Interpellations were debates between parties and members of the executive. And it made for a very interesting interaction between political parties and individual members of the executive in a small mini kind of debate. And I think we should go back, have a look at that, bring that back. It will make Parliament more lively and it will serve the purpose that we want to achieve. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mulder. The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP has considered this report, and as it raises a number of important issues, it is worthy of our consideration. I think the first issue which is covered here relates to the rule relating to the request by the independent review panel for an extension of its time, and that the reasoning is given in its report, but I think the rule captures what was necessary at the time. I think when the rule was drafted initially, 30 days to complete this process seemed to be adequate, but it clearly was not in the circumstances of this matter. That is to be supported. Of course, the ACDP supports the views that smaller parties should be given additional time to speak in Parliament and engage in mini plenaries, and we are grateful that this was discussed in the WIPS meeting, in the Programming Committee, and it has now been captured in this report where additional opportunities will be given for smaller parties to engage in mini plenary debates. And this obviously enhances multi-party democracy. We do share concerns about the unanswered questions, and we are pleased that steps are being taken to address this issue. Questions are, of course, a very important part of holding the executive to account, and the fact that reports now are going to be referred in this regard by the Rules Committee to the Subcommittee on the Review of Assembly Rules for consideration to look into this issue is to be welcomed. Now, of course, the contentious issue relates to the Deputy President coming to the House to answer questions. And as I understand the rule, that has been changed from once a month to once a quarter at least. So it does appear that the very least that the Deputy President will be appearing is once a quarter. We would obviously, from our perspective, like to see the Deputy President appear far more frequently, given the fact that he is the leader of government business and is in charge of a number of issues that we would like to see adhered to and answered to here in Parliament. So from our perspective, whilst there are a number of very positive aspects in this report, we believe that this aspect is not satisfactory as we seek to hold the executive to account, and we share concerns in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you. The The UDM. The UDM. They are not there. The ATM. The ATM. They are not there. Good. Good. The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me first of all to thank you and the Chief Whip and others, particularly in the Chief Whip Forum, and I know that originally this matter was brought before in your presence, and that was the issue of smaller parties not being given enough opportunities, particularly with motions. And very importantly, what we highlighted was that sometimes smaller parties may get an opportunity, lucky if they are once in 3 years or so, to pose questions to ministers, to the President and the Deputy President. So the less the Deputy President comes to the House, the greater the chances that smaller parties will not get an opportunity. However, Honorable Speaker, and the other thing, of course, that we addressed was the issue of the 3 minutes. And clearly, and we once again want to thank all those that supported this initiative and to want to increase from 3 minutes to 5 minutes, because clearly you cannot make a reasonable presentation in 3 minutes. So we thank you for that. The problem the National Freedom Party has, Honorable Speaker, is that whilst there are rules in place, they're clearly not being adhered to. And I think at some stage we need to look at the rules again. They are not stringent enough to protect and maintain the decorum and dignity of the House, because very often members abuse the indemnity that they enjoy by being members of Parliament, insulting and abusing, tainting the image and reputation of members of the House, and all they are required, Honorable Speaker, to do is to withdraw. But the damage has been done because millions of people have been viewing this. And very importantly, even when you ask them to withdraw from the House, the damage has already been done. So I think at some stage we must look at whether the punishment for the crime that has been committed is good enough or not, because it's not a deterrent. But having said that, the National Freedom Party takes...
You are protected. Please proceed. Is it network? Honorable Imam Sheikh, are you able to reconnect? The thing is, I did not hear how he concludes. Are you supporting?
Yes, supporting. Yes, supporting indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. The AIC. The AIC. Thank you. COPE. COPE. The PAC. The PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings, Speaker. Speaker, this House needs the leadership of the country's Deputy President and leader of government business. How can he lead if we hardly have a chance to engage him? This advantages smaller parties, as earlier mentioned, who will hardly have an opportunity to engage with the Deputy President. Deputy Chief Justice Zondo must not ask smaller parties, where were you and why did you not raise your voices, as he raises concerns about harm caused to the country during the tenure of the last 5 parliaments. Speaker, Al-Jama will, in spite of these issues, support the report.
Thank you very much. The ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we support the report of the Rules Committee. And we also, as this House, the National Assembly, we have rules which govern our proceedings and also which allows us to have the Chief Whips Forum, where we said in the report, which we are supporting now, that all parties must be represented because that is the consultation forum, and also because we are a multi-party parliament. With regard to the mini plenaries, Honorable Speaker, we support that all parties' voice must be heard as per our democratic multi-party parliament. We support that they will have a voice in the mini plenaries. On the issue of the unanswered questions, the Rules Committee has referred those to the Subcommittee on Rules, which will therefore process it and take its report back to the Rules Committee for adoption. On the issue of the Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, we support as the ANC that the Deputy President appear before the House once a quarter, reason being that as members of the executive, they do account to this House, and we therefore want them to do their delegated functions, their responsibilities as per their delegated functions, so that when they come to the House, they have all the responses that we need as members of the House. On the ruling of Mr. Ejanji, we therefore say, Honorable Chairperson, we encourage, as the ANC, we encourage the presiding officers to always invoke the rules, because as members of the House, especially the whips, we have a responsibility to ensure that the decorum of the House is always maintained, and we know the processes as to where do we take our concerns to if we are not satisfied with the ruling of the presiding officer. We therefore encourage presiding officers to make sure that they always invoke the rules as leaders and also as members of, as whips of different parties.
But you have incompetent presiding officer. You have an incompetent presiding officer.
We should caution our members to make sure that
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip,
the ruling of the presiding officers. They must follow the processes to take their concerns to the relevant structure.
What happens when presiding officer?
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip,
Speaker, support
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, please hold your horses.
I thank you.
There's a point of order.
I rise on a point of order. Based on the hybrid rules, members are not allowed to open the mics either in the House or on virtual.
We're allowed to howl.
And make, in fact, you see that this is exactly what
Please take, I will rule on the matter. Proceed with your point.
The member goes, open the mic and made the general statement that we have incompetent presiding officers. He was not rising on a point of order or on a point of privilege based on the rules. Speaker, my request is that this behavior...
I would like to behave like a marshal when
Honorable Khalipi.
They are talking about leadership. We are talking about rules here. We are debating a rules report. They just behaved exactly what the rules, which were the report were debating.
Remove that blanket from your mouth.
Thank you. Honorable members.
A former youth leader.
It's okay. Honorable member.
Who's a disgrace.
Honorable members. Members are allowed to stand. No, I'm ruling. You cannot put a point of order on a point of order that has not been dealt with. I want to rule on this point. Honorable members, there are rules of this House. these rules, whether you participated personally or not, your party was represented in every rule that we have adopted as this House in this term. And therefore, I expect each and every member to respect the rules. Members on the virtual platform, you are allowed to make points of orders. Any presiding officer who refuses to take a point of order would actually not be right. What you are not allowed to do is to interject and to disrupt. There is a difference when you are in the House and you interject, because in that sense, you are not interrupting and cutting off the person who is on the floor. If you want to make a point of order and you are on the virtual platform, please indicate that you want to make a point of order. If not, you are out of order. So I want to say that we will not be taking any howlings on the virtual platform. You will indicate if you have a point of order that we can rule on. That is my ruling. Honorable Member, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. While the Honorable Hope was doing his point of order, he pointed out that the Honorable Malema is disgraceful. He must withdraw immediately. He must withdraw, and then they are continuing on the DA side as well. And I can point them out, they must withdraw immediately.
Honorable Papo, did you say the Honorable Malema is a disgrace?
Statement was made when he said I must remove a blanket from my mouth. I said that's a disgrace. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and he says we must remove blankets on the mouth.
No. The point I'm making is, did you say Honorable Malema is a disgrace?
His behavior is disgrace. And if that is unparliamentary, withdraw. But I said his behavior is a disgrace.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'd like to go back to Hansard. Honorable Member Papo.
On a point of order.
What is your point of order when I'm ruling?
Oh, sorry, Speaker.
I'd like to go back to Hansard. Honorable Papo, I deliberately asked whether you said Honorable Malema is a disgrace. I am ruling, you are making a statement, you are calling a member, I am ruling on a liar. That is not acceptable. Honorable Radebe, I am ruling. Honorable Papo, if I find out from Hansard that you said Honorable Malema is a disgrace, you will come back to this House and withdraw. I am saying this because he said, yes, I did say, then he said, I said his behavior is. I want to be certain because the ruling would be different if you are referring to behavior and not to the person. If you are referring to the person of the Honorable Malema as disgraceful, then I would rule against you. So I want to be certain on that matter and come back to the House. It would be very good, honorable members, if we started behaving and just respecting the decorum of the House as a belief. Can we proceed, please?
Honorable Speaker, I've had my hand up.
Can I please identify?
My name is Honorable Litsia, Honorable Speaker.
Please take the platform, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Ndozi called Honorable Member Papo a marshal, and that is unparliamentary. I think he should also withdraw that, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, he said he's a marshal.
Yes, he's not leadership, he's a marshal.
Honorable member, that is not unparliamentary. As much as it does get to the person of the member, it is not unparliamentary to call a member a marshal. The honorable member who called this honorable member a marshal, please desist. No, honorable members, let us go on and finish what we are here to do. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, we interrupted you to take a point of order. Please proceed. Did she finish?
Honorable Speaker, I managed to finish unless if I was not audible enough, I can start afresh.
No, thank you. We don't need you to start afresh, honorable member. But this comes out of the disruptions when you are on the platform. We end up not getting what the person who is on the floor is saying because we disrupt. The system disrupts. Honorable members, there were objections to the motion. Honorable Papu, we want to finalize this order. I have not asked you to intervene. I have asked one member to keep quiet. I expect all members to keep quiet. Honorable members, there were objections by the EFF and the DA to the report as moved by the motion of the Chief Whip of the majority party. The objection was that this not be accepted on the two issues that were raised by the honorable members. I therefore want to put the question. All those who agree that with the question, can I hear the ayes? Those who are against, can I hear the noes?
No.
Members, I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Speaker, may I
How do you know?
the DA's objection?
The objection is noted. Honourable, the objection of the DA is noted. Honourable Thengiwe, you were on the platform. What are you saying?
Can you please note
Are you
the objection of the EFF?
We do note. We note that. Honourable members. Honourable members, you distract me. You distract me, and I don't think it is correct. Now, before we can pass any rule in the House, may we just confirm that we have the requisite number? We do have the number of the members on the platform, and therefore we do pass this. Can we proceed to the next order? Secretary? If I can have your attention, please. Honourable Member, the next item on the order paper is the consideration of the independent panel recommendations, which we established in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, on the rules on the removal from office in terms of Section 194 of the Constitution of a holder of a public office in a state institution supporting constitutional democracy. That was piloted by a motion from the Honorable N.W.A. Mazzone to initiate an inquiry in terms of Section 194(1) of the Constitution for the removal of Advocate Bheki Mkwebane from the office of the Public Protector. Before proceeding with the question, it is necessary to note that this is the first time such a matter has come before the House in terms of the rules 129R AF As such, it is necessary to outline the process followed. Honorable members will remember that in 2019, the House adopted rules to provide specific procedures for the Assembly in the advent of a motion to remove an office bearer in an institution supporting constitutional democracy. The rules provide for different stages for such a process. First, they allow any member to submit a motion which must include grounds as referred to in Section 194 of the Constitution to remove an office bearer. When the motion is in order, the Speaker must refer the motion to an independent panel to establish whether there is a prima facie case to answer. The panel is appointed after nomination by political parties. The independent panel must then report, and the recommendation therein must be considered by the House. What comes before the House is the report of the panel. The House must decide whether to proceed with an inquiry by a committee of the Assembly or not. At this stage, the House does not proclaim on the culpability of the office bearer or not, but rather whether a committee inquiry is warranted. In the present instance, the independent panel established by the Speaker reported on the 24th of February, and the report was subsequently published and distributed. The panel was made up of Justice Bheki Radebe, Advocate Dumisan Tsebez, SC, Advocate Johan Duval, SC. In accordance to Rule 129Z, the Speaker scheduled the recommendations in the report for consideration by the National Assembly with due urgency as required by the rules. This matter was discussed and agreed to by the Program Committee. The independent panel has recommended that, in terms of the motion and record placed before it, there is a case for the Assembly to proceed with a committee inquiry. These relevant recommendations are contained in paragraphs 260 and 261 of the report, as well as the annexures. Honorable members, I must also indicate that I have received correspondence which requests that the House suspend its consideration of the report in the light of the pending court challenge against the validity of the rules and the fact that any deliberations thereon would impinge on the National Assembly Rule 89, matter sub judice. Rule 89 states that no member may reflect upon the merits of any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. The rationale for this rule is that Parliament should not be seen to be seeking to influence the administration of justice. With respect to this matter, I must again stress that the matter before the House today is whether to proceed with an inquiry or not. It is not to pronounce on the validity of the relevant rules or determine whether the public protector should be removed. In this regard, I would caution members from reflecting on the merits of the arguments before the court. We are dealing with correspondence in this regard. Honorable members, having clarified this process, we can now proceed. The Secretary will read the order.
Consideration of the recommendations of the independent panel established in terms of Rule 129U to conduct a preliminary assessment on a motion from Ms. N.W.A. Mazzone to initiate an inquiry in terms of Section 194(1) of the Constitution 1996 for the removal of Advocate Mkwebane from office of the Public Protector on grounds of misconduct and/or incompetence.
Thank you. I shall now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual time are allocated to parties. The DA?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, fellow members of Parliament. I stand to support the fact that Parliament sit and approve the fact that we have a panel to do this specific investigation. As the Speaker has explained, it is the first time and it's the first nature that we will have such an investigation and such a panel into a Chapter 9, ahead of a Chapter 9 institution. It is important for us to remember that South Africans look to us and to our Chapter 9 institutions to maintain the security and the sovereignty and the respect that our Constitution and our Bill of Rights have. And therefore, it was by order of the court that rules were established, which we followed as members of Parliament to make sure that any motion that came before the House would be just and would be done in the correct fashion. We have now had a panel of who I think, and I'm sure many would agree, are three of the finest legal brains in our country, agree that there is prima facie evidence which require this panel to sit. I've had the privilege of sitting on a panel where South Africans stood together for the betterment of South Africa and put political ideologies aside. And I know what can be achieved when we sit as South Africans and not as various political parties for the betterment of South Africa. I therefore stand to rise in favour of the panel being established, and I would like to thank the Speaker and I would like to thank the staff and the legal services of Parliament for making sure that we followed the letter of the law, crossed every T, dotted every I, and that we have done everything absolutely correctly. Let us safeguard our Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before I call the next party, I am advised that the Honorable Sheikh Imam's hand is up. Is it a point of order, Honorable Imam Sheikh? Is it a hand by mistake? Thank you.
No, Honorable Speaker, my hand was up that I would like to also speak on this matter, but since you're giving turns, I should not have done that. Thank you.
Yes, no, your turn will come. I proceed to invite the EFF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, we must state from the onset that we oppose to the adoption of the recommendations of the independent panel appointed by you to conduct the preliminary assessment on the need to the removal of the Public Protector. We do this from a legal principle point of view. This House had never had rules to give effect to a Section 194 of the Constitution on the removal from office of the heads of Chapter 9 institutions. These rules were developed in 2019 only after the DA, backed by his allies in the ANC, tabled the motion to remove the Public Protector from office. As a general rule, our law does not apply retrospectively. Our law is forward-thinking. On what basis in law, therefore, would a person be tried under rules or regulations that were adopted after the fact? The principle was emphasized by the Chief Justice at the National Council of Provinces at the beginning of this term, when some opportunistic DA members opposed to the swearing-in of Honorable Kenny Motsamai on basis that he have served time in prison. Chief Justice stated clearly that the Constitution was adopted in 1996 and would therefore hold no bearing on matters happened before its adoption. These rules, which enabled the appointment of the independent panel, were therefore made with the Public Protector in mind. The end goal was created a watertight method to remove the Public Protector from office, and no one else. The last time this House made laws targeting a specific individual was when the apartheid government enacted the Sobukwe Clause that keep Robert Sobukwe imprisoned indefinitely because they feared him so much. What is it that this regime feared the public protector so much? Pushing through this process will give credence to widely held views that the process have nothing to do with the grounds for the removal of the protector as listed in the Constitution, but everything to do with using these institutions of state, including Parliament, to remove someone who is not flexible politically by manipulation and by the President and his beggars. Allowing this process to continue will not merely be a procedural matter, but it will substantively give the President powers to remove the public protector immediately. Section 194, subsection A of the Constitution gives the President powers to suspend the public protector from office at any given time after commencement of the committee proceedings of a committee established by the National Assembly for her removal from office. This is what those that are persecuting the public protector want. They want her gone as a matter of urgency. And this is what we would not be, this is what we enable if we will allow this process to continue. This, without a doubt, is unconstitutional persecution of a black woman whose only sin was to demand accountability from the poster boy of white monopoly capital. Parliament is to embark on shameful illegal process to remove a head of an institution supporting democracy and will not allow this to happen. If this motion passes, we'll immediately approach the courts to stop this process from taking any shape or form and expose the ANC who are complacent in illegal in persecuting the public protector. Even name was Matthias van Schalkwyk of Groenewald or Mazzone, the process would have been different. But because her name and her skin is black, now all of a sudden rules and an independent panel must be established because she is black. We will take you to court. I thank you. We will object.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your objection is noted. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. At the outset, let me say that we as a Parliament and a House cannot preempt any decision that the President of the country may take or make that he is constitutionally empowered to take. Having said that, Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the IFP, I would like to thank you for managing the process on the appointment of the independent panel, and more importantly, for consulting leaders of the political parties when that panel was appointed. Coming to the report, we feel that the following points in limine must be given due consideration. The first, Honourable Speaker, is that of due and fair process. And the second, just as importantly, that of the audi alteram partem rule. Advocate Mkwebane must be provided with fair opportunity to substantively respond to the allegations that have been raised against her, as would be accorded the head of any Chapter 9 institution, or any person for that matter, as enshrined in our Constitution. The sterling work of this independent panel must be commended. The thoroughness of the preliminary assessment and the recommendations suggested is testament to the legal brings that its ranks comprise. The allegations remain of a prima facie nature until tested, and of course, subject to due process, which, as I stated before, includes the principle of audi alteram partem. The IFP supports the recommendation that this inquiry now move on to the next stage, namely the establishment of a parliamentary committee, which will further interrogate the findings and that will present its own findings and recommendations to the House. The IFP trusts that the members of this House will execute their mandate to exercise oversight, to support and protect the Constitution, and be guided by the rule of law in ensuring that those that occupy such critical offices do so competently. Further, the IFP would lament if in this process we are hampered by politics trumping procedure. Honourable Speaker, the IFP respects the ruling of our judiciary, even the one this morning by the Constitutional Court, and trusts that the process that we believe must commence will be transparent and carried out in an expeditious but considered manner so as not to hamper the work of the Public Protector's Office and that of this Parliament. We support the report, but we also say that we need to protect the integrity of the office of the Public Protector, and the person of the Public Protector must be upheld until proven otherwise. And we look forward to the constitution of this multi-party committee that will take this matter further. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, there comes a time when we as members of Parliament should elevate ourselves above party politics. This is such a time. We are dealing with a very, very serious matter, let there be no doubt. The provision in the Constitution that provides that a person in public office in terms of Chapter 9 can be removed is nothing new. It was put into the Constitution in 1996. It deals completely with it in Section 194 of the Constitution. The only thing that happened was now that it expects of us that there should be rules how we implement that provision in the Constitution. Those rules were adopted. They are part and parcel, and that's not the problem. So, in terms of those rules, a certain process started. A motion was drawn up. It was found to be in order. The Public Protector had the opportunity to express herself. She was listened to. A panel was established. The panel did what it needed to do, and it brought out a report. And today we are dealing with the recommendations of that report. Now, if you look at the position of the Public Protector, it's one of the most important offices in our constitutional dispensation. It's very, very important. The Public Protector plays a specific role that needs to be played in terms of protecting the public, in terms of keeping the executive to account. That's the role of the Public Protector. The previous Public Protector set a very high bar, and we all should strive to that kind of excellence. Now, what the panel did was, they went into what is needed in terms of the provisions of Section 194, and the section clearly states that the Public Protector can only be removed on 3 grounds. That's the only way that a Public Protector can be removed. On the ground of misconduct, incapacity, or incompetence. That's what the Constitution clearly states. And then it gives out and sets out the procedure that needs to be followed once we get to that point. So in terms of the rules, all the necessary processes were taken up to this point, and correctly so. And now we are at the position and at the point where we need to look into the recommendations and the findings of the independent panel. And what does the findings say? In terms of incompetence, they went completely into the essence of that, and the panel came to the following finding. It says, in summary, in respect of the charge of incompetence, the panel finds that there is substantial information that constitutes prima facie evidence of incompetence. That's a fact. When it comes to misconduct, the panel comes to agreement again, and it says, in summary, in respect of the charge of misconduct, the panel finds that there is sufficient information that constitutes prima facie evidence of misconduct. You cannot ask for anything more clear than that. It's absolutely crystal clear what the panel found, and it's now up to Parliament to play our role in upholding the Constitution that we all feel so strongly about. We need now to appoint a committee in terms of the rules of the National Assembly to take this process further, and the Freedom Front Plus will definitely support that, and we ask all members to do the same. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the ACDP believes that if one treats the leadership of the Chapter 9 institutions with the same constitutionally inspired deference that is accorded to judges, it behoves that leadership to behave accordingly. When there's misconduct, incapacity or incompetence in evidence, then special provisions as set out in Section 194 come into play. And the 17-step process set out in the rules is designed to protect the dignity and effectiveness of the very Chapter 9 institutions. Today's consideration of the report is part of that process. As the Speaker has indicated, we are not voting today on whether the Public Protector is guilty of misconduct or incompetence. What we are doing today is exercising a quasi-judicial function to consider a preliminary report of the independent panel as to whether an inquiry should take place. It is that later inquiry that will determine whether the public protector is guilty of misconduct or incompetence. And it is crucial to note that the panel need only establish a prima facie case to answer of misconduct or incompetence to warrant it recommending a later inquiry. Now, the legal threshold for prima facie evidence is not very high. It's similar to a public prosecutor considering whether there's a prima facie evidence to prosecute a case. In this case, it is the court at a later stage that decides on the version of guilty or not. So when we vote today on whether or not to refer the matter to the committee, we should set aside our political views and vote in the same manner that judges do when they make decisions, when they consider on this basis of prima facie evidence. Impartiality, independence, and objectivity should be brought to bear with a view to acting rationally when we so vote. If the decision is to be purely political, then the elaborate efforts, costs, processes and procedures would definitely be superfluous. Politics should not trump procedure, as the Honourable Singh has said. In this regard, the panel makes it very clear its findings on the prima facie evidence of incompetence that stretched over 3 years, as well as that relating to misconduct. The issue of retrospectivity is also dealt with in the report and found to have no legal basis. Now, as a result of the conclusive prima facie evidence contained in the report, the ACDP believes that the report should be referred to a committee for a formal inquiry to be held. Any other decision would, in our view, be a miscarriage of justice. We'd like to thank the Honourable Speaker for this process and support the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The UDM.
Madam Speaker and honourable members, the UDM objects to the recommendations of the independent panel. We acknowledge the importance of Section 194 of the Constitution. However, in this case of the incumbent public protector, Advocate Mkwebane, regulations or rules were specifically drafted for her with retrospective effect. The public protector complained long time ago about the lack of funding to hire competent staff, to no avail, as we all know. The UDM strongly believes that if there is anyone that should be removed from office, it is the current ANC executive members who are acting there as gatekeepers, with billions of rands going to private hands and their friends. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. The ATM.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. ATM reiterates its position that the discussion of the independent panel report must be suspended. Further to the letter dated 14 March 2021, addressed to the Speaker of National Assembly, Honourable Modise, where the ATM is cautioning the Speaker not to flout Rule 89 of the National Assembly rules. The ATM reiterates its position that Parliament is risking becoming a constitutional delinquent by embarking on matters that are pending before the courts of the law. The recent constitutional ruling denying the PP direct access is really hollow victory to those who can't wait to remove Advocate Mkwebane. This is because the merits of Part A application are ripe to be taken to the Supreme Court of Appeal, whilst the SCA paperwork is being worked. The Western Cape High Court application is set down for 7 to 11 June 2021, meaning referring the matter to a subcommittee is still ultra viral because Rule 89 of the National Assembly rules prohibits discussion matters that are sub judice. The decision of the Supreme Court of Appeal and Western Cape High Court cannot be lawfully preempted by Parliament without offending the separation of powers doctrine, hence Rule 89. What purpose would it serve to refer the matter to a portfolio committee when that committee is restrained by Rule 89 to discuss the merits which are pending in court? ATM demands that the Honourable Speaker withdraws and suspend any discussions on the independent panel report until the courts have pronounced themselves on the legitimacy of the process. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good.
Mandla.
Good.
Kawe, 2.
Good. Honorable members, the opportunity is given to the party Good. Is Good there? They are not there. The NFP?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, the NFP has a concern in terms of whether we are acting within the law. Taking into consideration the fact that there is a matter pending before the court, which is only expected to be heard sometimes in June or July this year. Having said that, you know, it is not unusual, even though in terms of the report we have with the panel and the prima facie evidence they appear to have found, we must also be mindful that often matters, judgments that have been given are upheld by other courts, and some of them have been set aside. So when we go into a committee of this nature, we need to go with an open mind, because my problem, Honorable Speaker, is that a committee is going to be put in place, and my concern, however, is the objectivity of the members that's going to serve on this committee, because some of them have gone publicly and made pronouncements on their views on this issue. And so I'm concerned that it might lack objectivity, because those that want the public protector out are going to go there and do what they have to do to get the public protector, and vice versa. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, Honorable Speaker. However, the National Freedom Party is of the view that if we are acting constitutionally correct and a committee needs to be put in place, and provided we can ensure that committee is made up of independent, objective members who do not have any hidden agendas in this particular issue, then yes, indeed, it will go a long way to giving the public protector also an opportunity to come before this committee and make a presentation, and we interrogate the report and be able to get an opportunity to, of course, question the public protector and come to a decision whether indeed there has been sufficient grounds to declare that the public protector has the misconduct and incompetence as alluded to by this particular committee. So the National Freedom Party will support a committee to be put in place. But however, our concerns are the independence and objectivity of members on that committee, so that the public protector is given an opportunity to present her side of the case. And the concern is if the matter then goes to court again, based on the objectivity of members that are on that committee and the fact that they've made pronouncements before, is that also not going to be a problem? That is the view of the National Freedom Party. So we will support the establishment of a committee on those bases. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The AIC. The AIC. We pass. Cope.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For us to address the matter before us properly, we must do what South Africans who sent us here to do. What means, that means following the Constitution and putting our organo-personal emotions aside. If we go to section 182, 1 to 5, namely the functions of the public protector, it gives the country pure clarity on what the public protector must do, namely investigate, then investigate and report to the country what she has found from her investigations. We have, however, allowed ourselves and the country to be divided by what I will call intra-organizational leadership challenges of one organization. I urge the South Africans.
Honorable Makosini, you are disturbing us. Please put off your gadget, your camera, so that we can proceed with the business here. There is a speaker on the podium. Please continue that.
Thank you. I urge all South Africans through this parliament, of course, to check what the public protector must do if she finds wrongdoings as directed by the constitutional obligations in Chapter 9, 182. I ask those South Africans who say Thuli Madonsela was wrong to have emerged with what she found out through her investigations, which have led to the establishment of the Zondo Commission, can today rise and say Thuli Madonsela should have been removed for having identified wrongdoings.
Honorable member of the ATM, Mahau, please put your camera and your mic off. You are disturbing us. Proceed, Ndade.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about this.
No problem. Was she, I'm referring to Madonsela, was she wrong when she identified, for example, that President Zuma did whatever he did, and that has led us to having the Zondo Commission? The present public protector investigated the Reserve Bank and ABSA. Was she wrong to do that? Did she act in bad faith when she positively identified that 1.3 billion rand had disappeared and two judges, namely Heath and Davis, were wrong in affirming her truths? Was she wrong when, in line with the Constitution, she investigated and found out that President Ramaphosa, Minister Gordon, Minister Nkwindi, Mr. McBride, Baloyi SMSs, Bosasa accusations against President Ramaphosa, her investigations on PRASA, is that wrong? Are we saying that the courts must not be respected and the Audi Altram Partem rule must not be considered? What we must do is accept the report, but not remove the public protector till all the truths are found and her incapacity proven. The committee must still go on and South Africans must follow the truth. A lot is still there. Thank you.
The PAC. The PAC. Abeko. Al-Jama.
Speaker, the horse has now bolted in defiance of the orders of the Secretary General of the governing party. The country needs stability, and this is not helping. The inquiry must not proceed. Constitutional democracy will be harmed if access to justice outside our courts is not available, that is free and quick and without the time-consuming and high costs that the judiciary opposes on the street. One cannot expect the high standards of our courts to apply in matters determined by the public protector. That is why there's an easy appeal process to the High Court. With respect, the independent panel recommendations in terms of the high standards normally expected of legal eagles are not people in the street, for which we have put in place an officer of public protector. This is also the case with commissioners in the CCMA. Here there is no easy access to the high courts for judgments. So through the public protector, Parliament opens its doors to the streets. The last people that should rule our legal eagles, especially the best in the country, this is a street matter. And the street has spoken through the voice of the Secretary General of the governing party. Al-Jamaa cannot support this report. The public protector must serve a full term. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, sir. The ANC. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Parliament, as I've said earlier, is governed by its own rules, which are in line with the Constitution of the Republic. Hence, we have the NA Rules Committee, the NCOP Rules Committee, the Joint Rules Committee, and subcommittees on rules, which process the amendment, the review, and the establishment of the rules which govern both houses. It's a pity, though, Honorable Speaker,
point of order,
that in the fifth Parliament.
Please hold. Honorable Ndlozi, you keep on interjecting, and it is not to call a point of order. I
yes,
think
it's a point of order, Speaker.
Is it a point of order now? If
yes,
it is a point of order, I will hear you.
Earlier, but you did not recognize me.
No, you didn't call for a point of order. You say you are calling it for it now. You have the floor. I will hear you. Proceed.
Well, Speaker, I'm calling a point of order on a procedural allocation of the list of speakers. This is the ANC speaking last, because that's today. What is this supposed to mean? Is this their motion?
Honorable Ndlozi, I actually have no point to rule on. Your point of order is not sustained. Deputy Chief, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is a pity, though, that in the fifth term of Parliament, Parliament was directed by the Constitutional Court in a case of the EFF, DA, and others to establish rules in line with Section 89 of the Constitution. It is in this vein that Parliament took upon itself to ensure that it establishes rules for the removal of all individuals appointed through the processes of Parliament, so that they are given an opportunity to appear before the committee which will be conducting the inquiry, for them to be able to clear themselves and also make a representation. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, Parliament established the rules on Section 194, and those rules were adopted on the 28th of November 2019. Those rules were approved and adopted by all parties in the House, and also supported by all members of the National Assembly. And the rules were 80 seats for the regulation of the removal of heads of Chapter 9 institution. Honorable Speaker, due processes was followed where the Speaker consulted all parties represented in Parliament for the appointment of the independent panel. That panel was appointed by the Speaker to assess the merits and demerits of the motion that was presented was submitted to the Speaker with all the supporting information by the DA Chief Whip, Honorable Mazzone. So the panel completed its work. They submitted the report to the Speaker, who then scheduled the report of the panel, of the independent panel, for today, for the House to decide on it. Once the House have decided on that report, whether it refers it to a committee based on the Section 194 of the Constitution, that committee will be a multi-party committee which will deal with the independent panel's report. After that, it is during that inquiry of that committee where the public protector will be given an opportunity to appear before the committee to make her own representation. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we are mindful of the fact that we are dealing with a matter of public interest. And as public reps, we must at all times be seen to be processing matters of public interest. With this understanding, Honorable Speaker, the ANC supports the motion to establish that Section 194 multi-party committee which will deal with this matter, and also which will afford the public protector an opportunity to make a representation, because it is not fair that the public protector is seen, is walking around with this dark cloud hanging on her head. She must make a representation to the committee. Then the report of the committee will therefore be presented to the House for a decision. Today we are dealing with the report of the high-level panel, not the process of the inquiry. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now put the question, and it is...
Speaker, on a point of order, I raised my hand and you have not noticed.
My apologies, I just saw a note that you raised your hand. Is it a point of order, Honorable Shibambu?
Yes, Speaker, from a procedural point of view, we want to advise that we should not proceed with this vote because the report which is being discussed now has concluded that the public protector is guilty. What I want to investigate and deal with when the report which we are saying we must approve here is not a process report. It's a judgment which says that we have weighed the capacity of the public protector, capacity, and we have found her guilty. And therefore, Parliament must go and discuss the guiltiness of the protector. That is already a guiding process. It is unconstitutional what you are doing because already
Honorable Shibambu, this is not a
date
point
that has
of
been
order.
set to deal with this issue. Why are you insisting on voting
Honorable
on an issue
Shibambu,
which
this is
already
not a point
set
of
before a court
order.
of law?
I am ruling on you because this is not a point of order. You cannot come into this debate by stealth. The EFF
it's a question to you, Speaker, that you can't vote
No,
on
you
this
are
thing
out
because
of order.
It's not constitutional. It's against the rules of Parliament.
Take your seat or I will put off that mic because this is not a point of order at all.
Speaker.
Honorable Malema, you are on a point of order?
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, you are on a point of order. I recognize that.
Speaker, when you started, you said a sub judice matter is a matter that is awaiting a judgment of the court. And I don't agree with that because once a matter is before the court and a date has been set, that's sub judice because it's not like a criminal case. It's a different case altogether where parties have to exchange and the arrangement must be made and a court date has been set on this matter. And therefore, to get us to engage on a matter that the court is going to be hearing is to set up this Parliament. Please, I appeal to you to be patient.
You are taking me right back to where Honorable Shibambu was. I must rule against you. Honorable members, I now give to Honorable Singh. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable point of order. We as Parliament have been the subject of court rulings before, where they have indicated to the House that we have made an incorrect ruling. And I think those of us who participated in this debate and will vote the way we do will accept the findings of a court. We need to proceed. The debate has been concluded, and we need to proceed what we normally do in terms of our rules and put the report to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I proceed, honorable members?
But on a point of order, Chair, on a point of order, that honorable was talking on which point?
Honorable Malema, on the same point you were speaking on, I would want to proceed with this matter. I will now, therefore, put the question. Are there any objections to the recommendations made by the independent panel that the Assembly proceed to conduct an inquiry into the public protector on specific grounds? Will you please shut up that mic of the Honorable Zungula? Will you please close that mic of Honorable Siwela? Are there any objections?
We object.
Absolutely.
We object, Speaker.
We object, Speaker.
Objection of the EFF.
Honorable Speaker.
Can I?
We all object.
No. The objection of the EFF, of the ATM, of Al-Jama, of the UDM are noted. Honorable Mazzone, why are you up?
Honourable Speaker, given that there are objections, I wonder if I could please ask you to call a division on this matter.
Honorable Mazzone, are you opposing?
Point of order.
Honourable Speaker, I'm not opposing, but I think that given the fact that there are opposing views, that we should call a division on this matter, given the importance of a Chapter 9 institution.
I'm advised that people who call for a division are the people who oppose, who object.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shibambo, are you calling for a division?
Let's deal. We're calling for division. Like, let's vote on this, but we are restating the fact that.
Thank you very much. A division has been called for. The bells will be rung for 10 minutes.
Calling for division. Let's go. Want to see these sellouts who are conniving with whites too.
But check.
Left with 7 now. 7. We left with 7 now. Okay, just
Thank you, honorable members. Please take your seats. A division having been called, the bells having been rung, we are all back in order. Honorable Heloise, can you please take your seat? Are you still counting yourself? Please take your seats. Honorable members, we determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite numbers of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform. You will mute all the mics for now. We do have a quorum. Thank you very much. Party whips say that will confirm the votes of the parties, and they will indicate whether they are voting for or against. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against a party vote may do so by informing the chair. We have now confirmed that we have that quorum. The voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked, and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips. Okay. I now want to...
Speaker, my apologies. On a point of order.
Yes, sir.
I have members that are having difficulty to connect, and that was prior to the doors being closed. Mr. Wainthring, for example. I wonder if we can just check from IT's perspective. Thank you.
The bells were rung. If I make that concession, I will have to break it every time. So I must apologize that...
I understand, Speaker, but
yes.
This was prior to that, but thank you. I understand.
Yes, please. I do understand that. Honorable members, I now...
On a point of order, Speaker.
We are
Speaker.
voting. Honorable members, I am not taking any interjections. We are now voting. I now put the question. And the question is that...
Why, on a point of order, Speaker?
No, Honorable Malema, we are now voting. We are now voting.
Speaker?
Honorable Malema, we are now voting. I am not taking any interjections, any whatever. The Honorable Swart raised a point of members. Unfortunately, we will not open up the system for anybody. The doors will not be opened in this chamber for anybody. We are now voting.
But on a point of order, Speaker, you have allowed Honorable...
We are now voting, ma'am. Please take your seat.
No, but you don't even know what is the Honorable Malema's point of order.
What?
And you're already comprehending what he's going to say. He's allowed to make a point of order.
Is it about voting?
Yes, you want to make a point of order.
You listened to Swart. You listened to Swart.
About voting?
Yes. Please.
You have the floor, ma'am. What about voting?
Honorable Malema will raise the point of order. He was the one that raised on a point of order. You will raise it. Please allow my member to raise the point
Honorable
of order.
Malema, is it about voting? Is that about voting, Honorable Malema? We proceed, Honorable members. Party whips, the question has been...
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Malema, you were given a chance. You did not respond.
It's not about voting. It's not about voting, Speaker. Please allow the president to.
The honorable members, may I read Rule 116? It is about points of orders during the division. Subject to all other rules relating to the taking of points of orders, while a division is in progress, members may only raise points of order directly related to the procedures during the division. I put the question to Honorable Malema again. Is it about the voting? Is it about the procedure of voting?
It's about the voting.
Please address the House.
Honorable Speaker, you said you have closed the doors.
Yes.
But members of the ANC keep on leaving, and when they leave, it's written here, Nkosazana Dla Zuma left. How do you deal with that aspect? Because it's going to affect the quorum of the House. Because when the doors are closed, it means no one should now leave. You can't go in, you can't go out.
Honorable Malema, the honorable member you refer to is on a virtual platform. That honorable Malema, that member, if she
I'm giving an example.
You are giving an example. I am saying that honorable member who chose to leave will not come back and vote, and therefore there will be no contamination of the votes by people who were not here. Rather, it will be a minus vote for whoever. So, can we proceed? Can I have the numbers?
But when they are leaving, Speaker, do you have a quorum now? That is the question that the President is raising.
We
The
do
ANC
have a
members are
quorum,
leaving the
ma'am.
platform, so do you have a quorum to proceed now, Speaker?
Honorable Mkhalipe, we have a quorum. Can we now get the vote?
According to the rules, Speaker, according to the rules, no one can go in or
Honorable
go out.
Zungula, you called for a division. Honorable members, no. You called for a division. You now have a division. We want to proceed to vote. Allow this House to vote and exercise that right that you called to exercise.
Speaker, tell the nation how many members are here in the platform, in the visual platform.
Do you want the actual
And how many
numbers?
members are there physically, so we can know, because many members have...
Give me the numbers. Honorable members, you are on the virtual platform. You can see the numbers on the virtual platform. Honorable members who are in the House, when you give
Speaker,
me...
the numbers in the platform also include
Honorable Zungula's
secretaries
mic will
and
be switched
admin
off
staff.
now. Honorable members, the numbers in the House, as you give me your numbers of your members, you will give me the numbers in the House and on the virtual platform. We start now. ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ANC on the visual platform is 132.
physical here in the NA chamber is 36, totaling up to 168. We support the process. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the House, the DA has 28 members. On the virtual platform, the DA has 55 members. That gives us a total of 83 members voting in favour of the process.
Thank you. The EFF.
No, thanks, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters, who have got 29 on the virtual platform and 8 in the chamber, were voting against this unconstitutional and unlawful process.
What is your total? The IFP?
29 is 37.
It is 37, sir. The IFP?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have 9 on the virtual platform, 1 in the House, 10 voting in favour. Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus?
Honourable Speaker, we have 6 on the virtual platform, 4 on the House, a total of 10 voting in favour. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP?
Thank you, Speaker. 1 on virtual, 1 in the House in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM? The UDM? The UDM, may I pass?
The UDM is voting against the Speaker.
No, you are not a member of the UDM. The UDM will speak for itself.
No, because I know what they stand for. They are principled.
The ATM?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We are 2 on the virtual. We are voting against the decision.
Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 2 on the virtual platform and we are voting in favour. Thank you.
The NFP? The NFP. The NFP is not voting. The AIC? The AIC. COPE? Can I have some peace, please, between the ANC and the EFF in the House? COPE?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. COPE is 1 in the House and abstains.
COPE abstains. Thank you very much. Honourable members, you're not doing this House's decorum any favour, honestly. Can we go to the PAC? The PAC? It's gone. Al-Jama?
Honourable Speaker, Al-Jama is 1 on the virtual platform and we vote against.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or to vote differently from their party? None? The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, order. Order. The result of the division is as follows. The ayes, 275. The noes, 40. And we have 1 abstention. The question is therefore accordingly agreed to. Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The GA leads, the ANC follows.
I raised my hands.
Honorable members,
so may I proceed?
there is a member on the floor. Honorable Singh, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to rise on a point of order, and I would like you to investigate this matter after you are satisfied or not, and give a ruling either today or later. When the division was called for, Honorable Malema said, and this is something that one needs to check on the Hansard, I want to see those organizations conniving with the whites. Now, I submit, Honorable Speaker, that that is unparliamentary, and I would like you to investigate that matter and give us a ruling in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. That matter will be investigated. We will come back to the House.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Is that a point of order?
On a point of order.
Honorable Ndlozi, is that a point of order? On the matter we have just discussed.
Speaker.
Yes, please, proceed. Proceed.
Speaker, a point of order has to be called on or during when the articulation is being made. You can't call a point of order 5 weeks after the incident you are referring to has happened, or 5 years after the incident has happened. And I know that you, together with the honorable member that has just called the point of order, you both know that you cannot sustain this point of order. Otherwise, the House will be rendered extremely useless, because then next week I'm going to bring a point of order from the 5th Parliament. What are you going to do?
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Investigate.
Honorable Ndlozi, please
white
spare
people
us.
who said to us that they are white. What's wrong with that?
Honorable Ndlozi, I have ruled on this matter. Honorable members, in terms of Section 190...
It's a wrong ruling. Why don't
Honorable
you take advice?
Ndlozi, your mic is off. In terms of Section 194 of the Constitution, read with Rule 129Z, the report of the independent panel will now be referred to a committee for a formal inquiry. We now come to the next item, and that next item is on motions without notice. Does any member have, of the ANC wish to give a notice of a motion without a notice?
Thank you very much, Speaker. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the tragic passing of Nkosazana Dla, who was shot and killed during the Wits University student protest on Wednesday, the 10th of March, 2021, recognizes that the 35-year-old Ntumba was shot returning from his doctor's consultation in Bloemfontein when the police fired bullets to disperse protesting students, welcomes the arrest of 4 police officers from the Public Order Policing Unit last week in connection with the killing of Mr. Ntumba, understands that they will appear in court on Wednesday, the 17th of March, facing charges of murder, attempted murder, and defeating the ends of justice. Calls for the investigation of the shooting of a commerce faculty woman student from the University of Johannesburg during the student protest in Bloemfontein on the 15th of March 2021, and thus calls for the further training on protest management in a democratic South Africa for police by the Safety and Security Sector Education and Training Authority, and extends our sympathies to the family and friends of Mr. Ntumba, as well as the university community and the country at large. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The Democratic Alliance?
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Mr. Themba Bavumba and Mr. Dean Elgar were appointed as the new full-time captains of the Proteas cricket team on Thursday, the 4th of March. Further notes that Mr. Bavuma will take over the leadership of the One-Day International and T20 sides, which will include the next 3 T20 World Cups, and that Mr. Elgar will lead the team in the next cycle of the ICC World Test Championship as the new Test captain. Recalls that Mr. Bavuma spent his career breaking new ground, becoming the first black specialist batsman for the country and the first black batsman from South Africa to score a Test century, and recognizes that his historic appointment as the first black captain for the Proteas should come as no surprise. Acknowledges that Mr. Bavuma has said that captaining the Proteas has been his dream for many years and that he is honored to accept this responsibility and looks forward to this new challenge. Further acknowledges that Mr. Elgar similarly has said that captaining the Proteas, specifically the Test side, which he regards as the pinnacle of cricket, is the biggest highlight of his career, and is grateful for the opportunity to represent South Africa in this capacity. Calls on the federations and administrators of all sport codes in the Republic to shift their focus away from boardroom disputes and continue to pursue projects and transformation agendas that will benefit the development of sport and ensure equal opportunity for all players who wish to represent their country on the international stage. Congratulates Mr. Bavuma and Mr. Elgar and wish them success in their new roles. I so move.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. Do we have an objection, Honourable Member?
I don't, House Chairperson, I just wish to inform the House that that was the Honourable Engelbrecht's maiden speech to the House today.
So, welcome, Honourable Member. And may I also just remind the Honourable Member that there is a specific time limit when introducing your motions without notice. I've given you a few seconds because you are new. I won't be so generous in the future. There's no objections. The motion is agreed to. The EFF?
I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters for this House to join the masses of our people in South Africa, the African continent, and the diaspora in wishing the President and Commander-in-Chief of the economic freedom fighters, who celebrated his 40th birthday on the 3rd of March. To recognize that the generation of economic freedom fighters is blessed to be led by President Julius Malema. To acknowledge that he has lived his life for the humanity, dignity, and economic liberation of black people, and through his leadership, he has ensured the revival of continuation of the radical black
This one is singing for his supper.
Wish him that a long life of committed to the attainment of economic freedom fighters in his lifetime. Pambili, President Julius Malema, I so moved.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Order, honourable members. Order. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice
that the House notes with sadness the passing of Ingonyama of Amazulu, His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini Kabheki Zulu, on the early hours of Friday, the 12th of March 2021. Further notes that His Majesty had been in hospital for weeks for what was initially reported to be a problem with the King's blood glucose levels. Remembers Isilo Samabandla as the longest-serving monarch of the Zulu Kingdom, with a reign spanning over 5 decades. Further remembers that as the constitutional monarch of the Zulu Kingdom, Hlangalo Hlabati was the head of Ubukhosi. The state recognizes institution of traditional leaders that consist of Amakhosi. Further remembers that Isilo's leadership role also entailed chairmanship of the Usutu Tribal Authority and Nongoma Regional Authority, both established under the provisions of KwaZulu-Natal Amakhosi and Isiphakanyiswa Act, and conveys condolences to the royal family of Ingonyam and the entire Zulu Kingdom. Wena wendlovu.
Honourable members, if there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move that the House notes that the World Consumer Rights Day is observed in every year since 1983 on the 15th of March, with the aim to raise global awareness about consumer rights and needs. But further notes that the theme for 2021 is tackle plastic pollution in light of the fact that plastic pollution is one of the most pressing issues facing our planet. Also acknowledges that consumer awareness of plastic crisis is growing around the world and that consumers have a critical role in shaping the marketplace therefore should be aware of their rights. Welcomes local initiatives like EnviroBody, designed to remove plastic and microplastic from South African beaches, where South Africans are taking a hands-on and a practical approach to the plastic population crisis. Calls on all South Africans to support local supermarkets by recycling the plastic shopping bags, as well as on the government and all stakeholders to support consumers and to mobilize business in order to ensure that sustainable consumption is accessible to all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move without notice on behalf of the FF Plus that the House notes that the South African documentary My Octopus Teacher, which centers around award-winning South African filmmaker Craig Foster, who develops a friendship with a curious octopus while diving in the Atlantic Ocean, has been chosen as one of the 5 nominees for an Academy Award for Best Documentary Film. Further notes that its directors, Pippa Ehrlich and James Reed, have both been nominated for a Directors Guild of America Award at this year's 73rd DGA Awards. Notes that My Octopus Teacher also won, amongst others, 2 awards at the Critics' Choice Documentary Awards in November 2020, being the only film to win more than 1 trophy, winning in the categories for Best Science or Nature Documentary and Best Cinematography. Also notes that the film was nominated for a British Academy of Film and Television Arts or BAFTA Award in the Best Documentary Feature category, still to be awarded. Resolves to congratulate the directors, producers, and all involved in the making of this film on the awards and nominations it has won and gained thus far, and wishes them luck with their Oscar and other nominations. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House congratulates Dr. Motsepe Patrice for his election as President of the Confederation of African Football on Friday, 12 March 2021 in Rabat, Morocco. Notes that he contested the CAF presidency elections unopposed following the withdrawal of his 3 West African rivals, as well as the Court of Arbitration's ruling on the incumbent Ahmad, who intended to run for re-election. Remembers that the president of Mamelodi Sundowns Football Club, launched this action plan a week ago at the Sentin Convention Center in Johannesburg, understands that he is the first president of CAF from the English-speaking countries on the continent since the body was founded in 1957. Supports his dream to develop the African football and make it the best in the world. Congratulate Dr. Motsepe on his historic election and wishes him well in his new position. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the ACDP, I move without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of Faranaz Mentua from Strand in the Western Cape, who was brutally murdered on the 26th of February. Further notes that the 31-year-old mother was assaulted along with 2 other young women in a Wendy house. Remembers that Faranaz was a bright spark, a young woman who will now never have the opportunity to develop to a full potential. We extend our deepest condolences to the Mentua family and those close to Faranaz. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The UDM. The ATM. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with deep sadness the passing of Mr. Irvin De Silva on Saturday, 6 February 2021 as a result of a tragic car accident. Further notes that Mr. De Silva, a former Springbok player, was a well-known and revered resident of George who made significant contributions on so many fronts to the community of Packlesdorp and George as a whole. Recalls that Mr. De Silva was also a former employee of George Municipality for a considerable number of years, and at the time of his passing, at the mature age of 69 years, he was an active member of the Packlesdorp Community Policing Forum and the Packlesdorp Neighborhood Watch. Highlights that Mr. De Silva will also be remembered for his love and passion for rugby, cricket, farming, and rearing animals. Acknowledges that Mr. De Silva is survived by his wife for 45 years, Ms. Ivy De Silva, his children, as well as his grandchildren. Conveys its heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Mr. De Silva and the community of George, more especially the community of Packlesdorp. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that Saturday, the 6th of March, marked 64 years since Ghana gained her independence from the tentacles of British colonial control. Further notes that the independence of Ghana, then known as the Gold Coast, was the first African country to be free from the direct colonial control, and that this illuminated the flames of freedom across the continent of Africa and inspired many oppressed people to rise up to demand their own emancipation. Acknowledges that the leadership of the independence movement in Ghana and Dr. Kwame Nkrumah in particular were convinced that the independence of Ghana meant nothing until all of Africa was free from colonial control. Further acknowledges that in their constitution, Ghana made it clear that the country was prepared to collapse its sovereignty in pursuit of the goal of a union of African states government. This they did because they were convinced that Africa can only be truly free when united under the banner of one federal state with a centrally planned economy, a single defense force, and a coordinated approach to foreign policy. Accepts that 64 years after Ghana gained its independence, Africa is still under vicious neo-colonial control, trapped in debt, and with policies dictated to the continent from elsewhere. Further accepts that the only way to break this vicious system of neo-colonial control is to unite the continent from Cape to Cairo, Madagascar to Morocco. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF+.
There's an objection, thus the motion without notice will be converted to a motion. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The Chief Whip of the majority party moves without notice that the House knows that Mbizana local municipality in the Eastern Cape has been officially renamed after the struggle icon Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela to honor her for her part in the struggle against the oppressive apartheid regime, acknowledges that the Provincial Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs MEC gazetted the name change on Thursday, 4th March 2021, following a consultation processes and approval by the community, recalls that Mama Winifred Nomzamo Madikizela Mandela was born at Mbongweni village in Mbizana on 26 September 1936, recognizes that Mbizana will officially be renamed after Winnie Madikizela Mandela on the 1st of April 2021, acknowledges that the proposal to rename the municipality after its most famous daughter was first made in 2018 and commends the municipality for the gesture to rename them after the daughter of the soil to keep her legacy alive. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of Good that this House recognize our prison wardens across the country who daily face difficulties putting their lives in danger, not only through the nature of their work, but also their health as COVID grappled the world. That they have been at high risk of contracting COVID working in confined spaces within our prisons. Our prison wardens daily have to leave work and interact with their families, further putting their households in danger. They have been the forgotten ones, earning little reward, many unseen for their commitment to keep us protected. We salute them and honor their bravery towards duty in our country. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this House notes that the 1st of March is a very significant day in the lives of the Khoi and San people, the first indigenous people of South Africa. Further notes that on the 1st of March 1510, 511 years ago, the Khoi defeated the Portuguese sailors when 12 of them attempted to steal cattle belonging to the Khoi from one of their villages. Also notes that this resulted in 150 Portuguese men armed with swords, lances, and crossbows taking revenge on the Khoi and San, with approximately 170 Khoi warriors fighting back with stone spears, fire-hardened assegais with iron tips, defeating the Portuguese sailors, resulting in 64 of their invaders, including their leader, Francisco de Almeida, the Portuguese Viceroy of India, and 11 of his captains being killed. Also notes that the Khoi and San will be launching the first Khoi and San Cultural Center in Fishhook on the False Bay on Friday, the 19th of March, 2021. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to congratulate and commend the Khoi and San people for successfully defending its people, its property, and its cattle from the Portuguese enemy, and also call on this House to congratulate the Khoi and San for launching such a well-deserved and long overdue cultural center. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the African National Congress moved without motion, without notice, that the House congratulates the Pan-African Bar Association of South Africa, PAPASA, on the election of a new National Executive Committee with Advocate Nazrin Rajab Patlenda as its chairperson. Notes that the PAPASA held a successful second annual general meeting on 11 October 2020. Welcomes with appreciation the election of a capable woman to the senior position of chairperson and acknowledges this as a progressive move which contributes to transformation of legal profession in South Africa. Congratulates the entire newly elected NEC and appreciates the balanced gender representation. expresses appreciation to the inaugural chairperson, Advocate Moses Kakane, Senior Counsel, and the rest of his team for the sterling work done in PAPASA's first year of existence and for the successful pupillage program conducted by the Pius Langa School of Advocacy, and wishes Advocate Rajab Padlanda and the NSC of PAPASA a successful term. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The AIC. COPE. The ANC.
Honourable Wilman Yehudruchen. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that Human Rights Day is a national day that is commemorated annually on 21st of March to remind South Africans about the sacrifices that accompanied the struggle for the attainment of democracy in South Africa. Further notes that on this day, in 1960, police opened fire and killed 69 people at a peaceful anti-pass laws demonstration in Sharpeville. Recalls that the Democratic government declared March 21 as Human Rights Day to commemorate and honor those who fought for our liberation and the rights we enjoy today. Believes that the commemoration provides the country with an opportunity to reflect on progress made in the promotion and protection of human rights, and calls upon all South Africans to take responsibility to ensure that our human rights record and history are preserved and strengthened for future generations. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The DA.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, ek gee hiermee kennis namens die Demokratiese Alliansie dat hierdie huis kennis neem dat die hoërskool Karkams in die Namakwa distrik in die Noord-Kaap 90% slaagsyfer vir die nasionale senior sertifikaat eksamens aan die einde van die 2020 akademiese jaar behaal het. Besef dat hoërskool Karkams as die beste akademiese skool van die Noord-Kaapse kwantiel 1 tot 3 skole in die 2020 akademiese jaar uitgewys is. Verder kennis neem dat die graad 12 leerders en opvoeders van hoërskool Karkams hierdie prestasies ten spyte van die vele uitdagings vir die skool en die gemeenskap in die gesig staar behaal het. Verder besef dat hoërskool Karkams die 2021 akademiese jaar sonder 'n fisiese wetenskap opvoeder begin het, weens die feit dat die leerdergetalle onvoldoende is om vir 'n permanente departementele opvoedersposisie te kwalifiseer, en weens die onvermoë van die gemeenskap wat deur armoede en werkloosheid gekenmerk word om die aanstelling van 'n opvoeder te borg. Die leerders en opvoeders hiermee hartlik gelukwens met hulle prestasies en die skoolhoof, meneer Van die Kerk en sy span nog baie meer sukses toewens vir die toekoms. Ek stel so voor.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the Al-Jama political party moves without notice that the House notes the sudden passing of Professor Ibrahim Arnold of the Boerkaap. Recognize him as an esteemed chartered accountant for more than 40 years. He served as Chief Executive at the International Peace College of South Africa, the premium higher education institute of the Muslim community. Further acknowledges his position as Vice Dean of Prince Sultan College for Business in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Also notes that he practiced good governance with the financial affairs in many Muslim organizations by setting high standards to avoid corruption and looting of public funds. Recalls that he was founder member of the Muslim Students Association, whose graduates are now rooted in most of the Muslim community organizations serving good causes. Extends condolences to the family, friends, and community. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The ANC.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes that
Mrs. Nontu Mugabe, a long-distance runner, helped raise more than 1.5 million rand to refurbish a badly dilapidated school and provide hundreds of learners with school uniforms. Further notes that she was the first to become prominent last year when she ran the 7th marathon in 7 days in all 7 continents. We further understand that Mugabe hails from a village of Mseleni, and she first became aware of the situation at Kipinkunzi when she was approached by a feeding scheme, the Southern Nordesta Foundation, to assist. Further understand that it's a registered psychologist and a human resource at Richards Bay Coal Terminal. We further acknowledge that she intends running the marathon, the Stables, in October 2021, where she will undertake a 251-kilometer ultramarathon in the Sahara Desert to raise funds to provide flush toilets for Kipinkunzi Primary School, and further extends its gratitude to Mrs. Ngambi for her gracious and unwavering compassion, and wishes her well in all her endeavors.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. That concludes motions without notice. The last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
House Chair, I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to build partnerships, especially in sub-Saharan Africa.
The DA?
As chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting in this House, we debate the enrollment and funding disparities at higher education institutions. I so move.
The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. As EFF, I move that this House debate on feeding scheme at schools in townships and rural areas must be provided by local small businesses with immediate effect at administrative areas to feed their local schools as they have full capacity to do so, than giving this opportunity to ANC friends and families of ministers through tender system and buying to European racist shops and supermarkets. To eliminate the viral scourge of poverty out there. I thank you.
The ANC? The ANC?
Thank you very much. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next meeting, its next sitting, the House debate assessing foster care progress, implementation and progress in providing for all families whose children cannot live with their own parents. I thank you.
The IFP?
On behalf of the IFP, I shall move that this House debates the continued demonstration at universities and TVET colleges during registration. I thank you.
The FF Plus?
Achtbare huisvoorsitter, ek gee hiermee kennis van 'n mosie dat met 'n volgende sitting van die huis ek namens die 4+ sal voorstel dat die huis die volgende debatteer: dat daar ongelyke erkenning vir gelyke werk tussen universiteite en private instellings vir hoër onderwys is, en wel deur die bepaling dat private instellings vir hoër onderwys nie toegelaat word om na hulle self as universiteite te verwys of om die status van professor aan verdienstelike akademici toe te ken, en die gevolglike voortsetting van 'n eindelose krisis in universiteitsstudie in Suid-Afrika daardeur voortgesit word. Boonop dat die aksies van gemeenskappe om hulle self deur universiteitsonderrig te bemagtig daardeur gekneelter word. Ek stel so voor.
The ANC?
I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the investment in green and sustainable solutions that offers us opportunities to promote our long-term economic competitiveness and climate resilience. I so move.
The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. I will move on behalf of the ACDP at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the usage of ivermectin in public and private hospitals as part of the treatment of COVID-19 patients. Thank you.
The UDM. The ATM. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the implication of the 172,787 case backlog in the processing of DNA samples by the South African Police Services Forensic Science Laboratories, leaving victims and families of victims of serious crime with little hope that justice will ever be served. I so move.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, that the EFF in the next House sitting, that we debate the shortage of GBV shelters, the shortage of shelters for homeless people, and also the shortage for disabled children ECD facilities. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates monitoring the participation of South Africa in multilateral forums related to foreign policy.
Good. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairman. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at its next sitting, this House deliberates on evictions in a democratic South Africa in the absence of suitable and habitable housing for all as enshrined in the Constitution. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the increasing investment needed to attract, train, deploy psychologists, social workers, counselors, and mentors to support the most vulnerable groups to be better able to become self-confident and critical citizens of this country. Thank you very much.
The AIC. Go. The ANC.
Thank you. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting of the House debates social cohesion as a critical element in our attempt at minimizing the country, uniting the country, deepening our democracy and making it safer for all who live in it, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House in its next sitting debates the undue delay caused by the Department of Military Veterans to roll out services and benefits, including military health services, education support, housing, military pensions, job placement, and burial support to the military veterans and their dependents. I so move.
The PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I move on behalf of Al-Jama. Parliament must give orders to municipalities not to promote gentrification to keep blacks out of the city close to central business districts like in Cape Town. The City and Western Cape provincial government has embarked on subtle attempts to keep historically disadvantaged people out of the city and has a political agenda of gentrification. The city and the WCP do not believe that an inhuman deed of forcibly removing historical disadvantaged people of the inner city should be redressed. The recent argument of the City of Cape Town's legal representative that the city does not have an obligation to correct apartheid spatial planning that may be determined by the courts raises much concern.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates integrating a broader economic recovery plan with what we need to do to achieve a sustainable economy and future. Thank you.
Honourable members, that concludes notices of motion and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.
Long live the chair.
Long live